Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in a few minutes. We are still waiting for some guests, so give us a few minutes more. dear guests, please take your seats. We are going to begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you on the second day of the high-level international conference, The Role of Civil Society in Protecting the Rule of Law. I would also like to remind you that this conference is organized by the Minister of Justice of Poland, Adam Bodnar, under the presidency of Poland in the Council of the European Union. Yesterday's debates provided us with a lot of inspiration and ideas on how to strengthen civil society and help them in protecting rule of law. I hope that today's discussion will be equally fruitful. Right now, I would like to invite you for the first panel today, which is the fifth one in our conference, and is entitled The Importance of Legal and Civic Education in Shaping the Rule of Law. Legal and civic education plays a key role in building an aware, responsible society that understands the principles of democracy, human rights, and the mechanisms of the rule of law. Education shapes attitudes of respect for the law, promotes integrity, tolerance, and will to defend common values. In the long term, it strengthens the state's resistance to authoritarianism, corruption, or populism, and builds a legal culture based on dialogue and civic responsibility. These topics will be addressed in the discussion by Robert Hojda, the president of Active Democracy Foundation and organizer of Tour de Constitution, Paulina Piechna-Więckiewicz, Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of National Education of Poland, Mr. Ten Stroke, Minister for Legal Protection of the Netherlands, and the panel will be moderated by Sylwia Gregorczyk-Abram, advocate and the board member of Free Courts Foundation. Please join me on the stage.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to be a moderator of the very first panel on this unique conference. I'm really grateful for that. Before we begin, let me just give you a few technical, maybe not instructions, but remarks. So we agreed among panelists that we're gonna speak in two languages, in Polish and in English. So please have your headphones ready because I'm gonna just smoothly, hopefully, switch from one language to another. And we agreed also that we're gonna discuss for about an hour and 10 minutes, and then we leave the floor open for the questions. I will remind that later before we begin, but my suggestion is that it should be questions, not really the small monologues about the conference, just to keep the discussion awake. Bardzo serdecznie witam naszych.
Warm welcome to our panelists. They have been introduced, so thank you very much for that. Dominika, our master of ceremony. Let me just say that Minister Ten Stroken is the Minister for Legal Protection in English.
Basically the Minister of Justice, am I right?
So let me start with a brief intro on civic education. I have spoken to Aleksandra Hudaś. She is the plenipotentiary responsible for civic education Ministry of Justice in Poland. So we had some preliminary talk, what should I cover in this panel? And it seems to me, I'm not sure if you agree with me or not, but it seems to me that civic education has been a mainstay of many a discussion, but it has not been a mainstay in practice. It does not easily lend itself to some practical application. That's the way it has been in Poland until 2015, 2016. And then we woke up in the world of the new constitutional court, And we all said that the very cause of this constitutional crisis is the lack of civic education that had been ongoing. So that was when a number of initiatives were raised. These initiatives were both creative and much needed. The judges looked towards citizens. It had not been possible before, or it had not been done before on such a scale, but now the judges would start legal coffee shops. They would turn to the streets. We had Poland Rock initiative, pretty brave and audacious. We had some international initiatives back in 2015 in Latvia. They had a great festival called A Lamp. It was a festival focused on key democratic themes. In Poland, we had Poland Rock Festival, Free Courts. How could I overlook the Free Courts communication? That was a bit subversive, especially coming from a lawyer, but this subversive communication was very effective, I believe. The Constitution Week and the Tour de Constitucja. And we have with us the co-founder of Tour de Constitucja, attorney at law, Kinga Dagmara Siedlak. Hello to you, Kinga. Lovely to have you in the room. So let me start with you, Madam Minister. And my question is, well, it's basically like a question to all of us present here. What skills should we teach to build awareness in the civic society? So what skills to teach and how to teach them? We have a new subject, civic education. You might not be aware of it, but starting September this year, civic education is a new subject. It's a part of the curriculum on a mandatory basis. And Madam Minister can tell us more about it, but I believe civic education is the subject to address the issue of lack of civic education. So this is a case where the state, and I'm totally excited about it, it's where the state takes on the role that grassroots initiatives had taken. They had visited schools, they had done missions, they did road shows, but now finally the state steps up to the occasion. You take kids to the theater for a good reason, now we'll take kids to the courts for another good reason. Madam, is that what is going to happen? I do hope so. Very good morning to you all. The civic education school subject will be the part of curriculum in secondary schools, starting September 1st this year, 2025. So for the Polish audience, clearly this is a household name, right? This will be intended to replace the subject called the history and the present. This was the old subject that is now being removed, and civic education is taking its place. Okay, so the history and the present was one thing, but civic education will be something totally different. And there will be 2 hours of tuition per week for students who are in their second year, and 1 hour per week for students who are in the third year. I'm talking comprehensive schools. And then in technical high schools and vocational high schools, 1 hour a week in the second, third, and fourth year of tuition. So that's the technicalities. And now, what is the core difference between this subject and the one that's being replaced by this subject? Well, in reply to the petitions, appeals, and the challenges of contemporary world, the Ministry of Education fully understands the fact that to be patriotic is not just to know history, but it's also to protect an array of values. You must understand those values, and then you should embody those values in your life as you become an adult. Well, I'm not sure I'm phrasing it the right way, but what you want to do is to empower the citizens of whatever age there may be. So the history and the present, this old subject, well, first of all, it was very ideologically tinted. It was completely like politicized. It was an instrument for political history propaganda by the previous cabinet. So civic education will be for everyone. it will have nothing in common. I mean, at least when it comes to the content, it is not a persuasive type of subject. No. Civic education is a subject which is intended to teach young people about democracy, what democracy is, naturally about the acts of law with constitution, what acts of law are the vehicles for democracy, and who am I, and what is my place in democracy, what are my rights, how can I exercise those rights. And civic education is supposed to empower and give a sense of agency. You mentioned, Madam, that they will visit various institutions. Yes, that is true. And students will be expected to demonstrate some activity. We want to give them a sense of agency by offering trips. Well, actually, it's a bit of a metaphor, trips to courts, or the Sejm, the Senate, Polish Parliament, the two chambers, the local government offices, and all other institutions, central and local. But the key idea is to make sure that these young people are heard in those institutions. We want them to exercise their rights, to give it a try, to put it to a test, to participate in consultations, to write petitions and pleas, to have their voice heard, to create teams like project work, to polish their cooperation skills, to do networking. Basically, we want them to get a sense of what it's like to be a citizen facing the system, a citizen that has to pursue their rights. We hope that we will teach them what to do, who to turn to if they feel their rights have been violated or challenged. Like, they should know where to write. And also, as they do civic education project, we hope to give them this practical insight. Like, as they leave school, as they graduate, they should have this package of civic skills and empowerment. As a Deputy Minister for Education, I'm often told that young people nowadays, that actually comes as a big shocker to me, but that young people are reluctant to get involved. Young people don't really care about the world. They don't really care about what's going on. This is not true. Many young people, especially, I'm 42 years old, by the way, and I can hardly recall that level of commitment in the young generation, even in primary schools, when I was a primary school student. So the comparison is actually to the benefit of our contemporary young children. Climate, environment, volunteering, assistance for the vulnerable. This is where you can meet many young people in action. So I hope this subject in school will help them spread their wings and gain some momentum. We'll give them structure, the knowledge framework. Yeah, we'll give them this background of knowledge, and then maybe they will be better positioned to use democratic instruments. Maybe when they have the subject at school, they will come up with new ideas for new instruments. Or maybe they will be able to demonstrate it to us that business as usual doesn't make sense anymore, and that you have to innovate and make changes. So yeah, it's all about being practical and pragmatic. We will create opportunities for collaboration with NGOs, the civic society organizations. Whenever there is a local cause, we will encourage them to get involved and fight for the cause. I said this subject will not be persuasive. Well, there is a certain minimum package, right, to teach people about the framework, about the institutions, the setup, but to the minimum, right? The idea is to teach students critical thinking. We hope that the teachers will trigger discussions, will try to elicit the voices from the students to create a safe space for everyone to speak their mind and to consolidate their worldview in confrontation with, when I say confrontation, it's a bit of a risky term, but there is no democracy unless you hear what other people think, unless you have a debate, right? Democracy takes deliberations and consensus, doesn't it? And in our day and time, when in so many countries we've witnessed, honestly, a crisis of democracy, this is an urgent call. We need to teach democracy, and school is there to teach. We don't want school to shun this responsibility. The school should listen to young people. There's more, I have to say, when it comes to empowerment of young people, but that's for later. So I hope that civic education as a school subject will help us hone a true civic society where everybody knows what their role is, when everybody understands these are my rights, but these are my responsibilities in a collective society. So when I think about civic education, I think about agency, I think about resilience to misinformation, which seems to be a weak point in Poland at this point. To know how to resist populist jargon. We don't want to tell young people what they should believe. We want to help them establish their beliefs, but we hope they will know when they are being deceived or lied to or abused or manipulated with emotions for dirty political objectives, political and otherwise. So that's what hopefully Polish school will teach, with civic education as a subject being part of the curriculum. The expert team, because this subject, I mean, the syllabus for the subject, it was designed by an expert team with Mr. Witkowski, PhD. He's a legend in the world of education, a very well-known figure, and he's also a big civic society figure. So the expert team have developed teachers' materials, some instruction. We try to be flexible, right? We don't want to tell teachers what to do. We hope that this will trigger some creativity in teachers. We want to give them some leeway so that they can find their own way how to speak about democracy and democratic institutions. However, we do help them with ideas. How about doing a role play of a court trial? How about speaking up, writing petitions? Maybe you visit your local government and you talk about spatial development, how to shape the world in the democratic framework. And on a final note, there's a lot of talk about constitution, about democracy. This subject is designed to strengthen democracy, and that is one of the key objectives as we see it. I don't want to monopolize this conversation. Yes, but if I could follow up with one quick question. I've been wondering, like before this conference, when I was getting ready, doing my homework, are the schools ready for it? Because what you said is a lot, right? This subject really brings in a lot of new stuff. So I know there is a teacher instruction by Mr. Witkowski, PhD, a legend, I fully agree. So it's good. They have this instruction, a toolkit for teachers, how to run those lessons, to make it interesting, to make it appealing to students, because a teacher might not necessarily be ready to do a role play on a court litigation or a court case.
Well, that particular manual for teachers prepared by the professor, but also a group of experts, well, this is what it's for. It's placed on the integrated education platform, which is a platform where teachers can go and look at all kinds of materials. But as we were preparing teachers and schools to take on this new subject, we've done a number of webinars. Also, we've done a number of trainings for those who support teachers for methodology experts who support teachers, and there's all kinds of new methods. This subject actually is a challenge for sure, but I'm also getting this feeling that it's worth it because, well, I don't want to, sort of use lofty metaphors, but actually our country will be exactly as good, will be exactly as strong, or democracy will be exactly as good and robust as we prepare everyone for it, right? Including children. And I would like to bow my head to teachers, because actually your teachers are also figures of authority, right? People who sort of can initiate young people to the world of values. So I think it's really important to support teachers as well, right? Because as we support them, they can feel they're knowledgeable enough to present it and bestow it onto kids. Okay, so one more question about teachers before I turn to the minister. But we at the association that I represent, as members of legal professions, we know that teachers are taking on a lot of responsibility. And actually, during our democracy crisis in the past, teachers played a huge role. Some of them paid a high price. One of the representatives of the Board of Education, actually during the democracy crisis, they were calling teachers to explain themselves. Like, what were you teaching? Where were you? What were you doing? So actually, there were attempts to intimidate teachers, to really chill them, right? To produce the chilling effect. But teachers, they were very responsible. They actually invited NGOs. They invited lawyers, attorneys, to come in, not to talk politics, mind you, but simply to talk about rules and values and principles. So it's wonderful that the ministry is now really doing it, not as an act of rebellion. Yes, those times are over. Let me just tell you, over. Right.
Based on the very same idea about the skills and attitudes we want to teach and talk with the citizens, but more focused on the strengthening the rule of law, because I know you're now currently working on the program based on the rule of law issues. That's really interesting. What leads you to this conclusion that you need this kind of program, and what kind of skills and attitudes you want to teach? Not maybe teach, but talk with the citizens.
Thank you, Sylvia. Dear, if you allow me, I want to express my sense of modesty in a way. I'm sitting here as a minister from the Netherlands, and what I learned yesterday and last night is you know so much more about the rule of law, what it actually means, than I do. Your profound experience with what it means, the rule of law and threats to the rule of law, make me modest. Who am I to tell you about the rule of law? I understand that the Netherlands has been supportive of Poland and of many of you individually here over the past years. And that's a good thing, and we'll continue to do so. However, we're getting to a stage where it is you who have to support us rather than vice versa. Because you might think the Netherlands, it's a country of tulips and everything is fine there and happy people. But that doesn't mean that the rule of law is okay in the Netherlands. The rule of law, we call it de democratische rechtsstaat, state of law, democratic, the democratische rechtsstaat, difficult to translate, but rechtsstaat we translate with rule of law. The rule of law is actually a big topic of discussion in the Netherlands as well. And I'll tell you a little bit how come, because it's useful to know if you want to understand the Netherlands, and it might also contain lessons. We had a scandal which might seem not that significant, but it has a profound impact on the current state of the Netherlands, more in particular relating to the rule of law and the protection of vulnerable people, because that's what it is about, the protection of minorities and the protection of vulnerable people. What happened is that it's called the childcare benefits scandal. What happened a number of years ago is that there was this a large number of families was mistakenly identified as having committed fraud in their application for childcare benefits. They face substantial financial burdens and administrative consequences, but often without an opportunity to correct errors or explain their situation. These were by definition people in dire financial situations who needed additional childcare benefits. This was a time when the political winds were, the political mood was very much to investigate fraud and to catch fraudsters. And that means that the authorities were very harsh when they found even very minor administrative errors were characterized as fraud, and automatically the full amount of any childcare benefit that was paid over the years, the full amount was asked back, and big drastic measures were taken by the authorities. This scandal raised concerns about the functioning of the rule of law, particularly the protection of fundamental rights, proportionality in legal enforcement, accessibility of remedies for individuals. And it exposed systemic issues with the legislative process, with public administration, and with judicial review. The laws were harsh and too strict. The authorities were blind, were unwilling to listen to the stories, were inaccessible to these individuals that wanted to explain that a minor administrative error was only at play and there was no fraud. And the judicial authorities also turned a blind eye. They just applied the law against fraud without clearly understanding the particular harsh elements of the case and understanding that this was not a case of fraud. In response to, and by the way, this affects, we still don't know how many people. We are now many years further and we're still investigating how many people were affected and to what extent. Probably around 100,000 people, and by definition people in dire circumstances, who had to sell their houses if they had one, who lost everything, who lost care of their kids, because as a result of these challenges from the government, the idea was also those often single parents can no longer take care of their kids, so we take the kids away and they lose custody. So there's a large number of young people, kids, affected by this very same scandal at the same time. In response, two major reports were published in the Netherlands. One is called, tellingly, The Broken Promise of the Rule of Law, issued by a special state commission on the rule of law, and that reflects on how institutional safeguards and rule of law awareness should be reinforced throughout public governments. The other report, called Blind to People and Rights, is a report from a committee within Parliament, a parliamentary inquiry committee, and that analyzes also the underlying development of fraud control policies and their effects on citizens, also criticizing itself, because Parliament was at the root at some point in time by asking for very strict enforcement on fraud. The focus is now on restoring legal protection and improving public services. The idea now is, the mantra is, the government should stand beside these people, behind these people, and not opposite these people. So these reports offer valuable insights how legal and civic education at all levels of government and society should help to ensure that public institutions remain responsive, fair, and accountable to the people they serve. The State Commission has emphasized the erosion of the rule of law culture among politicians, civil servants, policymakers, judges, advocates. And the idea is that a lack of knowledge and a lack of appreciation for constitutional principles has allowed this drift away from democratic accountability. This commission recommends annual training for all public officials, including specific leadership development in constitutional and legal values for senior civil servants, for the courts, and for many others as well. So it is not a luxury, it is very much a necessity to improve the rule of law culture in the Netherlands too, and perhaps any Western democracy might run the same risks at some point in time. The report explicitly says that a legal system which forgets that human being, a system that forgets the human being, ceases to be just. So a very strong focus on the human being, on the citizen, as the key focus of us all, of all actors within the rechtsstaat, the rule of law. And this led to a wide, what they call whole of society approach, including education at all levels, civic education at all levels. We're exploring new measures. The idea is also to create a rule of law knowledge institute and a rule of law permanent dialogue amongst the main state institutions, all as new foundations for fostering a better rule of law culture. I've been now in office for 10 months, and I use quite often a slogan derived from John F. Kennedy's famous words. Don't ask I give it a twist. Don't ask what the rule of law can do for you. Ask what you can do for the rule of law. And by that, I invite people and actors and institutions to actively contribute, not wait for the government to take steps. Yesterday, we talked a little bit, Professor von Bogdani explained what civil society means. Who are they? The third level. And so I asked judges, I asked the Lawyers Association, I asked the unions, I asked schools, I asked members of parliament, I asked all of them, what will you do for the rule of law? And start thinking of what you can do for the rule of law. That assumes that you know what the rule of law is about. And it therefore starts with a dialogue on what does the rule of law mean for us all. And the better you understand that, the more likely it is that you will help reinforce the rule of law.
Isn't that quite often about the painful lessons we get as the government or as a civil society? Like in Poland, we got a very painful lesson in 2015, and in your country with the child benefit program. Then it kind of forced you or encouraged the government, and it's a quite challenge for the government how you will react on this very crisis. And your reaction, as I understand, is to open a brand new program about the understanding the rule of law and involve the citizens and the judges, and I guess the NGOs as well.
Yes, but I think the lesson for me is it's not just, we should not wait for the next scandal. The rule of law is a continuous program every day again. I'll tell you a small anecdote. It's about 4 weeks old. It's a small scandal for mankind, a small thing in the bigger scheme of things, but you might find it a scandal. For this audience, it's perhaps a scandal. What happened about 4 weeks ago? There was a conference in Utrecht where Islamist speakers were asked to participate from abroad. And some of those speakers were known for hate speech. So my colleagues in the cabinet, 2 ministers, decided to ban their access to the Netherlands. And the organization went to court the day before the conference. And the judge actually said, no, you cannot deny entry, because you haven't really argued your case properly. So the court decided that these preachers, hate speech preachers, were allowed access. And the ministers immediately expressed their dismay. They said, this is a dark day, and we believe they should have been banned. Thereby criticizing the court's decision. What happened next is that on social media, people, opinion makers, let's call them, started criticizing this decision as well, and create and level personal attacks against the judge. And invest in some sort of investigations. They started criticizing the judge's wife, who had at some point of time been an activist against hate speech. Then the cabinet didn't really respond at that point in time. But what happened is the week thereafter, the dean of the bar in Amsterdam and the head of the public prosecution in Amsterdam and the president of the court in Amsterdam went on television to a talk show, but they hadn't carefully prepared. So a talk show with many people on the table, you know, a soccer player sitting there too, and a film star, whatever, and they expressed their opinions too, but they hadn't carefully scripted their text. So this was a disaster too. What that tells me is, you don't need a scandal for the rule of law being at play and being threatened. What we should do is to have a dialogue on what it means if you want to protect the rule of law. The words I use a lot is the word playbook. I don't know do you know what a playbook is? It comes from American football. It basically means that the team sits together and investigates all sorts of scenarios so that each player in the field knows precisely what to do, and they write down those scenarios in the playbook. So the word playbook has become a bigger word to say you should prepare for all scenarios and think what you then will do, who will act, and what will you say. And I think the rule of law needs a playbook. We need a playbook, and that requires careful knowledge about what the rule of law is about and how do you protect the rule of law. And that should not wait for the next scandal. That is something that we should do continuously.
Thank you. Robercie, przejdę teraz do ciebie. Ja wiem.
Robert, now, well, thank you, Minister, and now over to Robert, because I know that you prepared this short video about Tour de Constitution. So let me ask you this question, because I guess it's going to be an introduction to your video. Tour de Constitution is this wonderful project where lawyers, judges, all kinds of people from legal professions, also Dr. Machinska, who is actually with us in the room, she's one of the staunchest members of Tour de Constitution. I mean, all those people traveled across the country, meeting with local communities, talking about the Constitution, talking about its values, and talking about those difficult times, because actually the project was born in those dark times, but actually it's ongoing. So the Constitution has its wheels turning round and round still. So Robert, my question is to you and how you felt when you were meeting with all those communities back then. What do you think? What kind of skills should we teach? How should we support people's participation? Because we're not just talking about school subjects, we're talking about all kinds of people, all kinds of age groups, all kinds of views being represented, right, as you were meeting with them. So we don't have all that much time, and I have so much to say. So please buckle up and prepare for a ride. That's why I decided to speak Polish, so that I can speak, you know, more vividly and faster. I'll have to also, I wanted to mention or to refer to something what the speaker before me said, but I'm still afraid I'm not going to make it within my time slot. But we'll have another round. I mean, Minister, it was wonderful that you mentioned something super important. Not what the rule of law can do for citizens and what the citizens can do for the rule of law. I loved that you said it. But sometimes we feel that citizens should be the ones who would do the work, who would do the fight. But where do they take the energy? Where should they get the motivation to really fight? Because we tell them to fight, but how should they know how to do it? Where do they take, as I said, the strength to fight? Sylwia, you mentioned Dr. Machinska, who is with us. Professor Wyrzykowski is with us on the Tour of Constitution. So sorry that I didn't mention everyone. Yeah, but if not for one person, I mean, we wouldn't have Tour de Constitution if not for just one person, a wonderful advocate, Minister Adam Bodnar. I mean, if not for him, nothing would have come of it. But anyway, Minister, you were back then the head of our national human rights institution, and we met, and you actually gave your blessing to the tour of Constitution. You gave us some remarks, actually. You helped us organize it. So I want you to take a look at this brief video about the then ombudsman, the now minister, how he helped us and how it all started.
Tak, tutaj jestem ja, będę komentował. Tutaj Kinga, Dagmara siadła.
So this is myself, Kinga and Dagmara. They are with us actually today. And this is the gentleman that I'm talking about. And he's working with us, our ombudsman at that time. Everyone is doing the work. Everyone is pulling their weight. That was the ombudsman for human and civil rights, working alongside everybody, you know, rolling his sleeves up. So that was how we were preparing for it. And yeah, we had this van, and we were saying we're going alongside Europe, or Europe is the way to go. That was our slogan. And we were explaining to everyone how strong Europe was very important for us. I mean, the Polish constitution is important, but also the Charter of Fundamental Rights was important, and so on and so on. We prepared materials, booklets that we were giving out.
Jest pan profesor Adam Bodnar. Jeszcze i filmów, tak? Zawsze zajęty, czy podpisując konstytucję, czy biorąc udział w panelach, aktywny, z czego się bardzo cieszymy. I tutaj dostaliśmy ten pierwszy wiatr w żagle, za co bardzo dziękujemy. A tutaj też finał pierwszej edycji i zebranie obywatele. Także chciałem taki też pokłonić się trochę, bo wiecie Państwo, gdyby nie to, że wśród obywateli, wśród właśnie instytucji, może w ten sposób pozwólcie, że ubiorę, znajdują się obywatele, którzy rzeczywiście czują siłę społeczeństwa obywatelskiego. Gdyby nie to oparcie, to my naprawdę niewiele moglibyśmy.
For their support, we wouldn't have achieved all that much. We wouldn't have had much success, I have to say. And if I can quote the words that have inspired us throughout all the editions, I want to quote what Henryk Wujec, Polish opposition legend, said. He was Solidarity advisor, Lech Wałęsa advisor. So Henryk Wujec said,
wpływu. Nawet jak czuję się bezradny czy bezsilny, to nigdy nie usprawiedliwia tego, żebym nic nie robił. Henryka już między nami.
Helpless you would feel. Henryk Wujec is not with us anymore, sadly, but these words continue to inspire me in everything I do. And the question you asked Sylvia, our facilitator, there's so much work to do. As citizens, really there's a lot of work to be done. The attitudes, the basic knowledge about rule of law, yes, it's a must-have, but it takes time to develop. How do you develop those attitudes? Well, the key thing is to have this personal understanding of the ABC of the rule of law. For the citizens to understand what it takes to have a rule of law. What does it mean that we have rule of law in our country? What else? It's about critical thinking. The citizens, do they even know what critical thinking is? Do they have this ability? This should be thinking based on facts, not like emotional criticism or just blowing steam for no purpose, right? And it takes courage to speak your mind. Never mind who is at helm. Never mind who is at power. Be brave enough to speak your mind. The citizens should be ready to react when law is being broken or questioned. The the citizens should know what is the safe path, the path they can take. In our case, obviously, it all starts and ends with the Constitution of Poland. This is a brief document, right? So during Tour de Konstytucja, we decided to put the wording of the Constitution as our main theme. People may want to talk about other topics, but we always start with the Constitution. Know what it says, respect what it says, understand what it says. Our citizens, by and large, do not know what the Constitution says. And if I can share that comment with you, the citizens think that the Constitution is a tool or a weapon in the hands of a ruling party. People do not realize that the Constitution is a social contract between the citizens and the government. There are some mutual rights and obligations, a two-way street. So we try to help people understand that, because once they have this awareness, they can start feeling co-responsible for this community, have the courage, have the respect for diversity and human dignity, and have the understanding of what it means to respect other person's dignity. It's Article 30 of Polish Constitution. It's about respect for dignity and about protection of dignity of other people. And I'm sorry to say that, but sometimes Article 30, it all looks nice and groovy when it's about me, my dignity. Protect my dignity, respect my dignity. Then I'm all for it. But when it's about someone else, their dignity, well, I'm not so sure. It's easy to infringe, right, that provision. So in our road tour, in our efforts, we try to make people understand, no, that's not the way to go. We would love to have a road show again, the tour, with dignity first based on Article 30 of the Constitution. Sylvia, stop me if I've already exhausted my time, because I'm a big talker and I have so much to say. There will be a second round of questions, okay? So don't worry. And by telepathy, I have reached agreement with Dominika Ziętara, our Master of Ceremony, so we can continue until 10 past 11, 12 past 11 maybe. If I could just follow up on that thought, because I have an example, and I know I'm getting in your way. Please allow me 1 minute. Yeah, you know, we're good friends, so for the sake of old friends, 1 minute. Okay. Well, I have a poignant example of what Tour de Konstytucja achieved. So we went to a place in the east of the country, it's the eastern part. Usually the east of the country is seen as a bit lagging or catching up, not fully educated. I would hate to offend anyone, and I'm just saying this to help you kind of understand and grasp the point of my story. So we went to Radzeń Podlaski, a small town in the east part of the country. This was a stopover on our tour. We entered to the main marketplace. It was all officially announced, very legal, etc. And then the police turns up. The police turns up and they tell us, you must leave immediately. You have no right to organize this event here. Kigma, Dagmara Siedlak, the deputy founder of the foundation, she's an attorney at law. So, you know, she says, I am not afraid of you. Show me your best. So the police was instructed by this attorney at law that actually we have a very good right to be here because it had been officially reported, officially organized. The two big police officers, big guys. I was hiding behind Kinga out of fear, but she was brave. She marched through. She said her mind, and then the policeman said, but our mayor is against you. And we say, what does the mayor, this town mayor, have to do with it? There's a law, and the law makes it perfectly legitimate for us. Is the mayor above the law? If you catch my drift, these two police officers, they said, okay, so let us go back and check. So they went there, checked, and never came back. There was one citizen, one woman. One female citizen came to the event. She just witnessed what happened. But at the end, there were 20 people. And these 20 people came up, the residents, local residents said, how did you do it? How did you even get this organized? How did you get it done? And I said, this was all according to the law. It's all prescribed in the law. And they said, we would have loved to do that, but the mayor would always say no. Never ever did he give us a green light to do an event in this marketplace in the middle of the town. So it's just an example where this practical showcase, right? Dear citizen, this is your good right, you can do it. That was the Tour de Constitucja, one of the achievements. I let Robert speak. It's a beautiful story about attorneys at law and how great attorneys at law are and how efficient. So I said, let him say that. If he wants to say that, I'm not against it. But now back to you, Madam Minister. I've been listening attentively to everything Robert was saying, and I'm wondering, how do you skillfully reconcile this civic engagement, the NGOs, civic society organizers, the Justitia Association, the Free Courts Initiative, because we've all done education. So how do you reconcile with the new curriculum, the subject, the program? Are there any classes or is there the homework we've done from the dark times, 2015, 2023? And as the Ministry of National Education, how would you see this collaboration on education? Or maybe the civic education subject will do the trick and the NGOs can go back to where they belong. Yes or no? Well, it's never the case that a school subject will do the trick on its own, no matter how ambitious it is, no matter how great it is in terms of the syllabus and the content. Now that we actually revise the curriculum, we really want to make sure that the values and the education for young people, that it is revised across every subject. So civic rights, civic responsibilities, civic values, we'd like to make it a part of each and every subject in a school. You asked about NGOs. We would love to continue collaboration. We totally appreciate civic society organizations. Gone are the days when the ministry would say, this organization, you can enter a school, that organization, you are not allowed to enter a school. Gone are the days. School principals no longer need to be afraid to act on their initiatives. Polish schools are autonomous. It's the school principal. And in a perfect world, all the parents, the students, and the faculty, they have this entire agenda for children, and jointly they should agree on, how to cooperate with NGOs, which ones to choose. We have put a stop to the persecution. Yeah, I have to say, persecution of teachers by superintendent offices. Superintendents are now expected to support teachers and support the school community in their autonomy. We also have a team for NGO collaboration, or NGO contact team. Madam Barbara Nowacka, Minister of Education, she actually had the team established. It has some task forces. Yesterday there was a task force meeting, by the way, of that team, and there is a task force on civic society. That's one of the few. I don't want to say that every NGO is represented there. We have 45 NGOs sitting as part of that initiatives. That was a bit of an innovation for the Ministry of Education. For 8 years, they hadn't had it at all, but it was an open invitation to sit on the team. So as I said, we have 45 NGOs currently in it. But then we also said that the task forces have to collaborate with other NGOs on an ad hoc basis. Those NGOs who couldn't make it on a standing basis permanently, they will be consulted on an ad hoc basis now and then, because we'd like to make sure that this collaboration gives justice to all the needs. And mind you, 3 members of the task force have been delegated to design the new curriculum. They will be the designers of the new curriculum. So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that the NGOs will have a say in creating the new curriculum, and these 3 people were not designated by us. There was an election, a voting, and 3 representatives representing NGOs. They are now elected to co-design the new curriculum. So the latest developments in Polish schools isn't just about new subjects or new content of old subjects. We've had NGOs involved in civic and legal education for years, and they continue their efforts. Judges, attorneys at law, legal counsels, they have their own agendas for education, and we often give patronage. As the Ministry of Education, we are happy to give patronage to their efforts. We've also consulted our colleagues from the Ministry of Justice, and we decided to consolidate all these efforts. Because to be quite honest with you, in some schools it looks excellent. In some other schools we're not quite there yet when it comes to civic and legal education. But we also have superintendents. There are 16 superintendents across the country, and they are like our agents in the field, our liaisons, okay? So they also organize conferences, events, they talk to NGOs, they talk to practitioners, lawyers, and teachers. So actually all the superintendents deeply believe in legal education, and they believe it should be included in the school agenda. We've had some instruments for years that have been rather underused, right? And now we want to bring them back to life, like peer mediation. Peer mediation, some courts are happy to organize it, to teach children and adolescents how to address a dispute in an amicable way. It's a very good learning opportunity. Now, back to the anecdote that you gave us at the very end. Well, indeed, Jędrzej Witkowski, PhD, he gave an interview, and in that interview, when he was asked by interviewer, is civic education also about, are you going to teach kids how to protest, how to go on a strike? Well, yes, we will cover the topic of protests, demonstrations, and strikes, absolutely, because it's a democratic vehicle for saying I object, or for saying I concur, I support that value. So in a perfect world, we would actually wish to see that nobody is afraid to protest, and we would wish to see that every police officer knows that whatever the mayor thinks in his private capacity is irrelevant. As long as the law allows for a demonstration can be held.
That's something.
Yes, a suggestion. What I suggest is that you let the kids themselves create their own program. It turns out to work really well. We have in the Netherlands, on YouTube, you'll find short films where the kids themselves decided what they thought about some fundamental rights. They created a whole story around freedom of speech or freedom of assembly. And it's actually very interesting what they come up with. Of course, you need to guide them a little bit, but let them co-design anything on civic education or rule of law. And this is sort of a more general point. And it's the fashion in the Netherlands at this point is to always consult what we call ervaringsdeskundigen. Those are expert by experience. That means if you change the criminal code, ask convicts and ask victims and ask themselves, how did they experience what happened? What do they need? What doesn't work? Sounds very simple. Since this child benefit scandal, we now ask those parents, single parents, and those kids, what happened to you? What can we learn from you? So it's a bit big. It takes some courage to let the people themselves participate in the co-design, but it works in the end very well. I must congratulate you, actually, with your constitution. It sounds something that is alive. In the Netherlands, it's sort of dead and buried. Well, it's in a deep sleep. And we try, if I may say so, in these days after Easter, we try to resuscitate our constitution. We don't have constitutional review, so courts in the Netherlands may not review the validity of laws on the basis of the constitution. And we don't have a constitutional court. Well, some of you might say that's a good thing. Get rid of the constitutional court. We're trying to create one, and the prime purpose, of course, is to improve legal protection. So we want to change the laws that courts will be able to review. But the prime purpose is to improve legal protection. But the secondary purpose is to make the Constitution a living instrument. Which it isn't in the Netherlands, and we need that's why I say and congratulate that you can use the Constitution as a basis for civic education.
Chciałam dodać, że
If I may add, the new curriculum for schools, there's also this requirement that we have to consult the young, the children, the adolescents. So
I want to divide this time between two of you and then leave the floor open for the questions. So let's stay in the area of experience and the area of what can we learn from each other. You mentioned in the very beginning that we are, I don't know if sadly or not, expert on the rule of law. That was a painful lesson, but we did win this over. And at least we're at the very process to win this over, this battle. But you mentioned the playbook. Is there anything we can add as a Poland or maybe other EU countries who also face the rule of law crisis to this very playbook? Or maybe we can write this playbook as EU countries together to just strengthen the rule of law in Europe as such.
Yeah, there are many elements to the answer I want to give. One of them is indeed we need to learn from each other, and Minister Bodnar did so. One of his key focuses, to the extent I saw that in Brussels, participating in the Council, is that the rule of law should be part of our discussions, and we should learn from each other. The toolbox, that the toolbox and the playbook is not very different things. Learn about mistakes that are being made. How do you deal with that? So that's I think a very important success of the Polish presidency, thanks to Minister Bodnar. But that's one element. The second element is we can learn a lot from you, but that's more the constitutional law, more the technicalities. It's my duty now to implement the advice of the Venice Commission. We discussed the Venice Commission yesterday about the appointment of judges and the role of politics. It's actually very complicated to get it right. Technically, how do you actually appoint judges and how do you appoint the council for the judiciary? What is the role precisely of the council for the judiciary? Because there are many differences between the different EU member states, and that makes it more complicated. How will we in the future appoint judges in the Constitutional Court? Is it a different type of judge, or is it not a judge? Is it a politician in the Constitutional Court? And so there are technical things where we need to learn from your experience. But there are also fundamental questions which I bring up. I mentioned on purpose the Dutch words democratische rechtsstaat. We always use democratic in relation to rule of law. But what does democratic legitimacy mean when you talk independence of the judiciary when it comes to appointments? To what extent must there be democratic legitimacy for the appointment of judges, in particular Supreme Court judges and in particular Constitutional Court judges? If you create a fully self-contained independent judiciary without any political involvement in nominating these top judges, where does that end up with the rule of law? So a lot to learn from each other. And there was a third element, but I forgot.
Right, before I move on to Robert, I just wanted to mention something that really strikes me as important, having a real, genuine impact. When I hear the Ministry of Education, who's saying that they've invited, really genuinely invited people to create the core curriculum. Alexandra, I'm looking at you because you are coordinating constitutional education and you actively invite NGOs, but not like a funnel, right? Having very huge access, but also very little impact, because that's the shape of the funnel. Everyone has access, but people have little impact. And we want not just invite people broadly and listen to them, but then, you know, ending up with the ministry doing whatever they want, right? Whatever it wants. I really want to talk about real, genuine impact, not just access, but real impact. And Robert, I have one question to you, then I will ask the audience to ask questions. Tour, the Constitution is moving on, the wheels are turning. So even though our crisis is not as severe, you're still continuing. So what about relations between activists and the government and local governments? Well, I want to show you another video, 2 minutes, so that you can see for yourselves what Tour the Constitution is all about.
Symbolicznie okrążamy kulę ziemską, a za nami prawie 400 przystanków, od wsi po wielkie miasta. Rozdaliśmy dziesiątki tysięcy konstytucji i setki tysięcy broszur oraz publikacji, które pomagają lepiej zrozumieć prawa i wartości. Dotarliśmy także do 65 szkół, gdzie spotkaliśmy się z ponad 6 tysiącami uczniów i uczennic, by wspólnie rozmawiać o demokracji, godności i wspólnocie. Tour de Konstytucja to coś więcej niż rozmowy o prawie. To realna zmiana, którą widać od startu projektu. To lokalne organizacje, które po naszych spotkaniach tworzą nowe projekty i wspierają się wzajemnie. To ludzie, którzy mówią wprost.
Tour de Konstytucja dała mi odwagę, by mówić własnym głosem.
Wiele wsparcia, ogrom szacunku, co było dla mnie nieocenione.
Przede wszystkim dziękuję za spotkania z ciekawymi ludźmi, z takimi, których nawet nie wyobrażałam sobie, że spotkam, a spotkałam, mogłam z nimi rozmawiać, śpiewać, działać. Za to dziękuję i za otwarcie głowy.
To zmieniające się oblicza miast i miasteczek, w których mieszkańcy uwierzyli, że codzienne, małe kroki tworzą wielką zmianę. Z miejscowości do miejscowości, od człowieka do człowieka, krok po kroku budujemy społeczeństwo obywatelskie. Bo jak powiedział Henryk Wujec, nigdy nie jest tak, że nie mamy żadnego wpływu. Nawet jak czuję się bezradny czy bezsilny, to nigdy nie usprawiedliwia tego, żebym nic nie robił.
So actually, I don't think I need to say anything, but since you've given me some time, I will use it. We're also going to meet with schools. I mean, during the summer, some of the meetings are just open, anyone can come in. But actually, during the springtime and the fall, we met over 6,000 young people, mostly in secondary schools. So actually, when we get into those schools, and let me refer to what Mr. Minister said, but also Madam Minister mentioned it, something really important, you know, we need to give people a chance, young people, to self-educate, honestly. Because when we do those workshops with young people, actually they do that. They design it, they learn about all the possibilities themselves. We try to maybe guide them, maybe sort of pull them along, but actually they do these things. And they work in groups, they present. some of the things that they've, done. Like, for example, we give them some articles of the Constitution, and we tell them, you can take out your mobile phones, which is surprising. Go to AI, do whatever you want. Just find the answers around the Constitution based on all the different articles of the Constitution, and actually they do the work. And it does work, because, those workshops take like 5 hours or something. And then after 5 hours, we display this QR code, and they can give their answers. And at the end, we say, please evaluate, please give us feedback. And actually 98% say, we want you to come back. So from young people to hear that they want us to come back and do the workshop, that's amazing. What more can you want? Mecenas, attorney Kinga Dagmara Shadlak, please, if you could stand up, because we want to see you. A round of applause for you. You've done so much in terms of educating young people. So, okay, I'm done. So now is your time, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. There are some people in the audience who have some comments or questions. Okay, so Professor Machinska, Professor Wyrzykowski. So there's 2 people. There's one more and one more. Right. So we have to make it on time. We have 15 minutes because we need to be mindful and respectful of everyone else's time, right? And all the other panels. So let's hear those 4 voices. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for everything you said. Actually, what gave us strength when we were actually entering the European Union, it was a huge round of support from the Netherlands, actually. Back then, when we were entering the European Union, they came to us with a whole program where they educated everyone, young people, prosecutors, judges, people in the civil service, office. That was the flagship of the Netherlands. There was a lot of support back then, so I have to say thank you to you, the Netherlands. Sorry, I am a little bit sorry that we're no longer on the list of the beneficiaries of that particular project, but back then we really used it tremendously. But as you talked about the Tour de Constitution in Poland, you haven't mentioned one thing. All those organizations are in a difficult spot financially. They are actually nearly at rock bottom, honestly. They don't have nearly enough funds. They are not getting the right support. So I think it may be the time for Matra to maybe come back to Poland and to do maybe something more with us. Because Tour de Constitution, it's a nice project when you look at it, but it has huge problems due to President Trump's decision to cut US aid, right? So that's my appeal maybe, or my question, because unless we really support those organizations, the ones that teach law in action, there's so many organizations, then we will use a lot of social capital, actually. We will lose a lot of momentum unless we really start supporting those organizations, because we need to rebuild the civil society, because it's thanks to the civil society that we can meet here, speak freely, that we can have Tour de Constitution, and it's not like a forbidden organization, Thank you so much for this. Professor Wyrzykowski, sorry that I forgot to mention you. You're going to make a statement or ask a question? I just wanted to have a request to the organizers, because I believe that the presentation by Madam Minister actually sparked a lot of interest from everyone in the room. So my request is, because the organizers actually have everyone's emails, right? So can you please send us the curriculum for this new subject, civic education? Because when we learn about the curriculum and the syllabus for this subject, then maybe we'll know how to better support you. Of course, that's a wonderful idea. Both of your ideas actually are great. So you're going to send the curriculum of the subject? Yeah, we can send it to everyone, and then we can start talking how we can collaborate together so that the subject is really alive, you know. Everyone should be engaged. If I may, just one sentence. I'm looking at you and I'm sort of afraid. You should be, but still, you can say something. Michał Wawrykiewicz taught me respect for moderators. Madam Professor, thank you for saying this about funding for those organizations. Let me be very open with you. In fairness, we today cannot launch the summer tour because we don't have the money. We're doing all we can as we speak to get the money, but as of now, we don't have the money. So unless we have the money by the end of April, Tour de Constitution will stop. We'll just not move forward. Right. Good to hear that. We have 10 minutes. Sir, I have a question to the panelists. So all those projects, you know, civic education as a subject at school, legal education as a subject at school. I mean, it's been going on for years and years in Poland. But, you know, all these things have been experimental, always experimental, never in the mainstream. So honestly, what you're doing, this is amazing. It's splendid. But I wanted to say, to refer to what Madam Minister said, there's no going back to old practices. There's no going back. We're different people. But actually, are you sure? Because the party, the political party who's responsible for destroying the Polish rule of law, it was in power between 2005, 2007, then it came back in 2015. Think about Donald Trump. He was in power, and then he came back. So actually there is going back, unfortunately. I mean, I admire your optimism and all that. But, you know, my question goes to everyone, to all the panelists, not just Madam Minister. What can we do to build the capital that will be sustainable, that will last? I mean, of course, the external world has an impact on us, has an influence on us, but what can we do to build something that's lasting? Because even creating a new subject for schools doesn't mean that one day a new Minister of Justice will not come in and, you know, change things overnight. So what can we do? And what are you planning at the ministry to really build this capital, maybe together with the civic society, maybe separately, but, you know, we really need to make it sustainable, make it last. Madam Minister, I will ask you to answer first because you're the initiator, then Mr. Minister will be asked to speak, and then Robert, and then we will give the floor to the fourth person in the audience. Even if I'm an optimist, I'm sort of careful. That's very much Polish nature, being carefully optimistic. And I believe that nothing can be taken for granted. Democracy, it cannot be taken for granted. Nothing can be given or taken for granted, right? There's certain things that you have to fight for, and then once you've prevailed, you have to fight for sustaining them constantly. And I think that what's key here is getting to a state or getting to a situation where young people really feel that they have some agency, that they can do something genuinely. Because, you know, you can have people who come to power and break the law and break all democratic procedures. I mean, such people can come to power. And I think that it happens when citizens don't know about the mechanisms, when they don't know what's happening, they're not resilient, they're confused. I mean, of course, they can always make a democratic choice that I don't like. Sure, it can always happen. But, you know, when people are confused and they don't know what's happening and they don't have the knowledge, they can make mistakes. And if they feel that the state, the government is there for them, and if they understand all the mechanisms, that's what happens. And I think in many countries, there are those disappointing choices because people never felt a bond, a connection to their state. I think we need some confidence of people in their government, I mean, in judges, so that people feel like, okay, those prosecutors, those judges, they work for us. So if you come to them, they can help us. Or we can appeal if they make a decision that we don't like. Or, you know, being comfortable coming to a lawyer, feeling like a lawyer is someone who can help us. To keep populists at bay, we have to do some preventative democracy, sort of some prophylaxis, education, to really make people believe in democracy. And I think that a lot of people, and I'm not optimistic, I think that a lot of people have lost their faith in democratic instruments. They started feeling that democracy was maybe something for the chosen few. And I think that's the stereotype, that's the belief we have to eradicate.
Yeah, my answer is I'm afraid nothing will last forever. However structurally you enshrine it, I mentioned briefly we're creating a constitutional court, we're going to change the constitution, but that is not a guarantee. So I think the lesson is never be complacent. Always continue to foster the rule of law in all circumstances. It's a mission for us, and I'm not saying there's reason to be optimistic, but it's a mission, and a mission is helpful. I add one thing, and that is dialogue. I think it only works if we're willing to talk with everyone, include everyone in the dialogue, even the ignorant when it comes to the rule of law, and even those who are in bad faith. Dialogue is the essence of a better understanding of the rule of law, what it can mean. But no results are guaranteed.
Robert?
Wiecie Państwo, ja zrozumiałem bardzo dużo i to mi pomogło jakoś
Well, actually, my emotions are now stabilized as I was listening to you. When I have read the book Traumaland, Pose in the Shadow of the Past by Professor Michał Bilewicz. The Traumaland is a book that opened my mind to the root cause of our problems. Why do you always lose and rebuild? Why do you always go back to the past? And when I heard you speak, it was like, have you read my notes? Because I have this in the red, all marked and underscored, the things you said. Well, what would it take? First of all, we have to understand that civic education is not a nice to have, but a must have for the rule of law. Second of all, we need regular system-based campaign, not ad hoc efforts. Yeah, repeat, remember. You remember it from school. And my third point is that we need collaboration between various sectors and public government to public administration to build rule of law, to build civic society. We should not turn our backs to one another. We should reach out to one another. And that's an opportunity we should grasp today. If we do not, we'll be very, very sorry. All right. A final question. Thank you. Jacek Szer. I'm a judge and I'm the president of district court in the town of Świdnica. Our court has been organizing those meetings with adolescents. We've been inviting students to our premises. So, yeah, we are ready. We have our education liaisons, people who know how to educate on legal matters, and we are ready and willing. But please, you have to take the initiative, okay? Yeah, very soon we'll organize a kickoff meeting. That's great, because the weak point is the teachers, I have to say. At least that's been my experience. You know, the teachers need to be inspired. We need teachers to get teachers on board. And hopefully this will be a collaboration at district level, the district courts. It's a county level. So we're ready, waiting for the textbook that you promised, and we'll be happy to join hands with you. Thank you. Thank you. I love it when Madam Minister pays promises and makes commitments. I love it. What a useful panel. I expect a lot of agency. Oh, actually, one more question, but please keep it brief. Not a question. My name is Włodzimierz Ruścik. I'm a legal counsel. I was really saddened to see that those who had fought a fight to make this meeting possible, they don't get enough support. So Robert, spontaneously, let me tell you that the National Council of Legal Advisors or Legal Counsel is going to pay you twice as much for Tour de Constitucja. You know the amount we declared. Now I'm toppling the amount twice, okay? So we will give you twice as much, twice more than I promised. Oh, so that's enough for fuel and even more than just fuel. You be careful, dear President of the Legal Counsel Association, because when people hear you give out money, they are going to form a line and everybody will want you to donate. Well, thank you very much. So commitment upon commitment upon commitment. All the stakeholders are happy to commit and to make declarations, the public administration and the association, so that's great. Dominika, how much, when is the break over? Or will you announce the break? You will announce the break. Okay. So thank you very much. That's all from me. Dear panelists, thank you for your contributions. And bye for now.
Thank you very much for this inspiring and educating discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now the time for the coffee break. We will meet here in 20 minutes, so it will be like around 25 to noon. Thank you.
civil society is. It is encourage
Ja nie mam jeszcze mikrofonu, ktoś mi nie włączył. Mikrofon? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to begin in a moment. Distinguished guests, it's time for the sixth panel of the conference, which is entitled The Importance of the Independence of Legal Professions in Shaping the Rule of Law. Only independent lawyers can effectively protect the rights of citizens, ensure equality before the law, and resolve conflicts without political or economic pressure. Their independence also makes it possible to check the legality of actions of public authorities, which is crucial to maintain the separation of powers and prevent abuses. When the legal professions operate free from outside interference, citizens have more confidence in the rule of law and are more likely to actively exercise their rights. Participants in the debate on these topics are Judge Monika Frąckowiak, Vice President of the European Judges for Democracy and Liberty, Julien Mounier, Director for Rule of Law, Fundamental Rights and Democracy at the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers at the European Commission. Claire Ovey, Director of Human Rights at the Directorate General of Human Rights and Rule of Law of Council of Europe. Judge Keith Stark from Maastricht University, former President of the European Network of Councils for the Judiciary. Maria Ślązak, Attorney at Law, former President of the European Association of Lawyers, and also former President of Council of Bars and Law Societies of Europe. And Mr. Terry Wickers, the current President of Council of Bars and Law Societies of Europe. Oh, and of course the panel will be moderated by Mikołaj Pietrzak, advocate and the Dean of the District Bar Council in Warsaw.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be here and a great privilege to be moderating an extraordinary panel. Ladies and gentlemen, when I received the kind invitation to moderate today's panel, I was particularly pleased when I saw the topic regarding independence of the legal professions. Over the past years, we have observed threats, above all, to judicial independence, independence of the judiciary as an institution. Much attention has been paid to the independence of judges as representatives of the judiciary. We've concentrated less on the independence of other professions, and I have always firmly believed that the rule of law requires not only an independent judiciary, but also the appropriate level of independence of legal professions, including, above all, lawyers. In our country, it's two professions. It's the counselors at law and the advocates, but also tax advisors, but also prosecutors in terms of their substantive decisions. So the independence of the legal professions is an issue that is very close to my heart, and with it, such issues as professional legal privilege, client-lawyer confidentiality, and how they are tied to independence, the process of educating young lawyers, young judges, and we will be dealing with all of these issues today. The format we've agreed upon is short 6-minute interventions at the beginning from all of our panelists to start things off, and then perhaps a few comments in reply to what we've heard from the panelists, from each of the panelists. And then we would like to turn it over to you to ask questions, present comments, especially critical ones. Those are the most welcome. And we will get back to our panelists to reply to your questions and your comments. So with that being said, I'd like to ask, I do hope we'll change the order we had originally planned a little bit because of our seating arrangement. I would like to start with President Maria Ślązak, if that's all right, and ask for her intervention.
Big surprise, I have to say also. Sorry, big surprise, I have to say. But before I start on the topic, I would like to say, because it has not been said by the organizer, that Mikołaj Pietrzak received the Award of Human Rights Defenders from CCBE, Council of Bars and Law Societies, for his wonderful activity in the former epoch. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to. You want to reply? No. And then
I will just reply, other than putting me in a terribly awkward position, for which I'm very, very grateful, thank you. I would just like to make one comment initially. You used with the word former epoch. I'll hold you to your word on that.
Okay. Yes, I would like my task is to say a few words about the role of bars if protecting the independence of lawyers, in protection of lawyers in general. First of all, we should think and consider why lawyers should be protected. Are we any very special group? The answer is very, very simple. That without independence of lawyers, there is no access to justice for the citizens. Independence of lawyers and independence of judges. And we have to say we really experienced it a few years ago when the independence of justice of the judges was in very strong threat. This is the issue that the self-governing bodies like bars should really take care and support very much their members to be really independent and to have a chance to work in accordance with core values of our profession. And core values of our profession, this is independence, professional secrecy, and conflict of interest. Obviously, there are others of minor meaning. But what bar can really defend and support the lawyers? The first condition for such a bar is to be really independent itself, to be self-governing, to be self-financing, and also in case of any election of the bar's bodies, the election should be without any external interference. Only such a bar can help and can really protect the members. Very recently, I heard the opinion of one of the Central Asian countries that the bar, even being independent in the light of law of this state, is not independent, is the only instrument in hands of the executive power. And such a bar does not support human rights defenders. Such a bar does not help the lawyers who have clients who would be like against the governing bodies. That I can say that in Poland we can be quite proud that our bars, because you have to be aware that we have 2 bars in our country, and that our bars are independent and can really play this role of defenders of lawyers' rights. Maybe little explanation for our guests from abroad, why in Poland there are 2 bars. There is the bar of advocates, we can say, and then the bar of attorney at laws. And this is for historical reasons. This attorney at laws group started to work as the advisors for state-owned enterprises in 60s, in the 1960s and afterwards. And finally, in 1982, this group brought to the statute, to the law, on this group on establishing the bar of this profession. And today, in fact, there is no any difference between both professions, but for historical reasons, still those 2 bars exist. The same competences of both, and the only difference still discussed is like the possibility of providing legal services within labor contracts. contract also. But it is too far from our topic. Then, what the bar should guarantee to lawyers? The main things which bar should protecting its members should guarantee that nobody identify the lawyer with the client, that I am free to accept order from any client, and I cannot be badly seen in the eyes of the public, that because everybody has a right to be defended. The second important role of the bar is false accusations, that we lawyers should be free of false accusations from the side of any, especially executive power, like which is very popular, the tax evasions. If you are badly seen as a lawyer by the government, and then to perform our activities without intimidation, hindrance, and any improper interference. The bar's obligations towards the lawyers are regulated by the so-called soft law. The first one, it was UN Basic Principles on the profession of lawyers, endorsed in 1990, and the second, recommendations of Council of Europe of 2000, and on the freedom of exercising the profession. Then in both documents there is very detailed description in what way the bars should work for should protect their members. The new document, which probably many of our panelists will talk about, is the Convention on Protection of the Profession of Lawyers, which hopefully will be signed by 8 countries on May 13, and it will be binding document. But we have to understand that binding, it means only for those who will be signatories, that this is really the certain obligation of all of us to promote this instrument as much as possible if we want that the lawyers should be protected. I see your signals, Mikołaj, but I have a lot of more to say, that I hope that during our conversation I will be able to add this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Ślązak. It is a terribly awkward role to have to discipline such renowned speakers. It is my role nonetheless, so thank you very much, and we will have a chance to speak about the convention, I'm sure, and hear your additional comments. I would like now, I'm seeing there, yes, President Thierry Vickers, the President of the CCBE, if you would be so kind as to present your intervention.
Thank you very much. First, it's really an honor to intervene in this panel on behalf of the Council of Bar of Europe, the CCBE, representing a little bit more than 1 million lawyers in Europe. And by the way, what is exactly a lawyer? What is at the core of the definition of lawyer? I think that referring to the rule of procedure of the Court of Justice, we know that it's supposed to be a national matter. It's to the nation to define what is a lawyer. But in fact, if you study the case law of the Justice Court, and for example, we have a very recent case for a Polish university, Wrocław University. So when you look to the case law of the court, you see that the definition of lawyers revolve around the notion of independence. That is the subject of this panel. So what the court is doing is to check that the independence is really inside the definition of the lawyer who intervened in front of the court. And I would just quote briefly the Court of Justice when it defines the mission of a lawyer, protecting and defending the interest of the client to the best of his ability with complete independence. Complete independence, it's mandatory for a lawyer. When you try to define independence, you know that you have two aspects to study. One is the internal independence, what Maria has called conflict of interest, to avoid any conflict of interest with the client. But the other side of the independence is obviously what we can call external independence, meaning the independence from public authorities, economic powers, and also public opinion. And I think that on every aspect of this external independence, we see that stress in Europe are already on the rise. I will just focus shortly to one of those threats, which is the threat of public opinion. The threat of public opinion has obviously changed during the last years, because now lawyers can be subject to public campaign on the internet, on social media. I will take an example which is quite recent in France, with lawyers who are active in protection of migrants, which has been targeted on the internet and on social media with photo of their family, photo of their children, name of the school of the children, just to try to impress the lawyer. So I think the independence is really at the heart of the core value of the profession, and it's absolutely necessary for the rule of law. Maria has begun speaking about the role of bars in that respect, and I will just remind one very famous speech, famous in French, which is a speech from 1693 from Chancelier d'Aguesseau, in which during the 17th century is already focusing on the importance of the independence of the bar. So obviously bars are not only administrative bodies, they are really there to protect the external independence. I think the internal independence is a question for every lawyers to rule, but external independence must be protected by the bar. I think this is very important, and it's the most important role of the bar. In that respect, I will just, in 1 minute, focus on the rule of law report, which is a very important initiative from the Commission, and obviously, and I know that we will speak a little bit later about that, the Convention on the Protection of Lawyers. To protect lawyers has become a necessity, and it's really something very important that to know that we will have soon a convention in Europe to protect the independence of lawyers.
Thank you, President Vickers. I am very grateful for your time discipline, but also for stressing the importance of independence individually of lawyers. I think this is something we observed over the past years, the difference between those who had the internal independence, sometimes called courage, and those who lacked it. And I think this was a very telling time over the past 8 years. I now turn to Judge Kees Sterk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to focus on the independence of the judiciary. Recent European experiences have shown that times are definitely over that judges just had to give brilliant judgments, expecting that other state powers and society would respect and protect their independence. Judges and judiciaries have learned that support from citizens is crucial for their independence. That support will only be given to judiciaries in case they work in the interests of the citizens, and are seen by the citizens to be working in their interests. In my view, this requires a far more active involvement of judges and judiciaries in society than the classical idea of almost full constraint to which I was educated when I became a judge in 1993. I will focus now on some of the implications of this more involvement. And I will start with legal reasoning. The minister in the last panel talked about the scandal in the Netherlands. I will not go over the facts again because the minister stated them perfectly well, but I will focus on one aspect of it. The district courts, judges in the district court said this, at least some did. They said, okay, if you look at the literal meaning of the law, then we must protect the state, so to say. And but we will not follow this legal reasoning. We will look at the system, and we'll look at the purpose. And the system says this is disproportionate, so we will not protect the state, but will protect the citizens. And I think this is an example where the legal thinking should be rethought. We should more focus on the interest of the citizens in some aspects of the law. And this goes for some areas of the law, like administrative law in my country, but also to some legal systems. I teach in Prague Central European judges from many countries. What I experienced there is that many of their systems can be characterized as very formalistic. I always say it is very difficult to shape or to protect the rule of law if you only have a legal reasoning that is formalistic. You also must have the purpose and you must have the system. So that is one. Then I go to another subject, that is that make judiciaries more responsible for their organization. You see in most European countries, you see that the Ministry of the Judiciary provides the money and provides all kinds of facilities. Many judges in Europe, I know, don't like that because they are not the owners of their own working process. And you see in the Scandinavian countries, and you see in the Dutch, in the Netherlands, that the budget for the judiciary has been given to the judiciary from the Ministry of the Justice. So the ministry is that more at a distance from the judiciary. And this has as a result that the judges feel more responsible for the outcome of the cases and of the workloads, reducing workloads, etc., etc. So that is also, I think, one of the issues that could be thought when you say that judiciary should be more involved in society. Then, of course, the connection with citizens, and especially with citizens that do not care about judiciary or their independence. Yes, we must not only decide in judgments that are understandable for common people and communicate on time using modern communication techniques, but also proactively try to reach groups of citizens in society that think not highly of judges or do not say they do not care about the independence of the judges. Polish judges went to rock festivals and marketplaces. We saw this morning. But one can also think of visiting and inviting schools, not just of pupils preparing for university, but also of pupils, especially pupils preparing to be carpenters, firefighters, policemen, etc. In my court, there is an experiment with this, and it works perfectly well. Yes, it needs some extra time from judges, it needs some extra time from the organization, but we talk to the schools, to the pupils before the hearings, not during the hearings, but after the hearings as well. They can ask questions. Sometimes you can answer them, sometimes you cannot answer them, but they understand that. And we also have an experiment with citizens. 5 citizens selected together with newspapers and the court from different angles of society, and they can comment after a hearing about whatever they want to comment on. It's very learning for a judge and also very learning for people who are reading the newspapers. So that is, I think, also try to reach out and not just send your message, but also learn from what citizens are telling you. My last, is still possible, yes. My last example is contribute actively to rule of law debates in society. Oh yes, there are restraints for judges. Everyone will recognize that. And the minister already made an example of that. But proactively means that you can go to debates and explain what judges are doing, why they are doing it, why they are important, why their independence is important. And I think this should be done more, not just react when there is a kind of scandal or whatever, but more proactively. And this can be done when talking to government and to parliament, but also on universities and in other meetings of citizens. So I come to my closing remarks, and it's time I see there is a new context for judiciaries in Europe, and this requires rethinking of the traditional tasks and powers of judges and judiciaries. This rethinking also affects their contribution in shaping the rule of law. In my view, the direction of thinking should be that judiciaries are seen to be working in the interest of citizens by the citizens, and that judiciaries should be given more possibilities and powers to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge Stack. I now turn to Claire Ovey with a request for her presentation.
Thank you very much. So I would like to talk about the role of lawyers specifically. Lawyers are essential perform an essential role in shaping and upholding the rule of law. One of the main components of the rule of law is that no one should be, that we're all equal under the law, that no one should be above the law, that everyone should be accountable before the law. And lawyers put this into practice because they represent the vulnerable, the unpopular, the human rights defenders, the migrants. They bring these cases to court. They bring these cases to international courts, also the European Court of Human Rights. And it's essential that they should be free to do this, that they should have the tools they need to do this, and that they should not be subject to any form of intimidation or attack for doing this. Otherwise, we all suffer, and the rule of law suffers. Now, lawyers already have a very, very important convention which protects their rights in Europe, which is the European Convention on Human Rights. And over the years, lawyers and also legal professional associations like bar associations have made very good use of this instrument. So we have had cases about lawyers who have been subject to sort of phony criminal prosecutions because of the cases that they were bringing, including because of representing human rights defenders before the European Court of Human Rights. We have had cases before the ECHR about lawyers having their files seized, being spied on and even being subject to threats of violence. So there is the instrument there. As we've already had, from the first two speakers, there will be open for signature on the 13th of May this year, so in a couple of weeks' time, a whole new convention which is only for the protection of legal professionals, of lawyers. And this convention was 2 years in the drafting. The CCBE played a very, very active role in that, and so I'd like to thank you very much for having done that. This convention is special because it looks at really the elements of a lawyer's role, what you need to perform your role adequately. So you need to be able to meet your clients. You need to have their confidentiality respected. You need to be able to have access to the courts, obviously. You need to be free from intimidation, from physical and other threats. And you need to be independent, and you need an independent legal professional body like a bar association to be also to have your back and to protect you also. And all of these elements are protected under the convention. The convention is also special because it sets up an independent monitoring body, which will be called the GRAVO, so the Group of Experts for Avocat from the French. And this body will be composed of 8 members initially. It will meet, it will, I think, probably cooperate quite closely with the states parties to the convention, so to give them advice and assistance, and then it will also be publishing periodically reports which will be public on how far the states are complying with the requirements of the convention. And it also has an emergency procedure which it can use if there is really a kind of a crisis in any particular country of attacks on lawyers. This convention is open beyond the Council of Europe, so it's open really to any country in the world that wishes to join it. As I said, it will be open for signature starting from the 13th of May. Actually, this morning there was the first kind of tour de table in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, and apparently 9 countries have definitely confirmed that they will be signing the convention in Luxembourg. I think there will be many others which will come very rapidly after that, because the convention, was only finalized by the Committee of Ministers fairly recently, and in many states there's quite a complex procedure before a state can sign a convention like that. So, and I think, the at least one non-member member of the Council of Europe, which is Morocco, is also interested in signing. So. Signature is one thing, ratification needs to happen quite rapidly after that. And then once at least 8 member states of which, or at least 8 states of which 6 member states of the Council of Europe have ratified, it will enter into force, and GRAVO can be composed and it will start reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Ovi. I'm very eager to see whether Poland will be among the first 6. Yeah, will be. All right. Thank you. I now have the pleasure of turning to Director Julien Mounier.
Thank you very much. And I really want to commend the organizer for the choice of all the topics in this conference, because I think they are absolutely excellent. And this one, of course, on the role of the legal professions, be it the judges, the lawyers, the prosecutors in shaping and upholding the rule of law, is absolutely essential. Also, I feel very honored to be with this distinguished panel, because all of you are also very essential contributors to our rule of law report. And here I think that the work that's done by associations of judges, bar associations, and associations of prosecutors, both at national and European level, is absolutely essential. So we see that in our rule of law country visit with your national constituencies, but also through your input at European level to our consultation, but also the activities that you are doing definitely in your own member states for upholding the rule of law, but also when you intervene in support of some of your colleagues who are in difficulty in a member states, because that, I think, plays also a very big role. So here, needless to say that judicial independence is absolutely at the core of the rule of law. It is, of course, recognized in the treaty with Article 19 in the Charter. But also, I think it's what glues together also the European Union, because if you do not have judicial independence, you do not have mutual trust, you do not have mutual recognition, and you cannot have member states working together on any kind of issues. So I think this is something which is absolutely essential, and this is also why a great body of case law on the rule of law is actually about judicial independence. I think here we can say that Poland has been a net contributor over the last years in also shaping this jurisprudence, but this is really something absolutely essential. It's also something that we are covering in very great details in our rule of law report, because as mentioned by previous speakers, the situation is not always very rosy. It can be about external independence, about threats, menace from politicians, from the press, which is, of course, a major problem. It can also be about internal independence. So when the structures in the judiciary themselves are creating a problem. And that's also why it is absolutely essential to have independent judicial council, and where it's also essential to have these standards and these good practices and ethics at European level that are also recalled at national level. You will see that in the rule of law report, we have also quite a lot of recommendations that are about upholding and adapting European standards to the composition, nomination, and operation of the Judicial Council. So here also talking about standards, it is for us very important to work together with the Council of Europe in its various formation. I mean, we had colleagues from Venice Commission, but it's also true for all the other formation of the Council of Europe in areas where there is no EU acquis or provisions of the treaty which are not going in a great level of detail. Council of Europe standards help a lot to also shape the assessment and guide progress in the member states, and also they have the flexibility that enables to take into account all the different traditions that you have in the member states. So there's not a one-size-fits-all, but you have standards. When it comes to the bars and the lawyers, here I think the previous speakers have said it all on the essential role. I would say the lawyer is often the first interface between the citizen and the judicial system. They are the one who will defend their rights in the first place. They have absolutely to be independent, and they are also the guarantor of equality, so that all citizens have the possibility to be defended and have their rights upholded in front of a court. And here this is also something we are looking at in the context of the rule of law report, because you have a lot of reforms in member states that can create problems. I mean, you mentioned lawyer-client privilege, when you have a lot of new legislation, for example, that tries to be more efficient against drugs trafficking, for example, which is a plague in all the member states, but that should not lead to downgrading the privilege of the profession of lawyer. And here, of course, in this context, we are extremely interested in the Convention on the Protection of Lawyers, because as said, you know, the role of European standards is key in our work, in upholding the rule of law, in monitoring it in the rule of law report. So that, of course, is something that we are following with great interest. So I don't want to take too much time, but just again to thank a lot the panelists here also for the contribution they are bringing to the rule of law report, which is progressing at a very high pace, and that we hope to adopt in the first half of July. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Mounier. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now getting to the last panel, certainly not the least. But before I ask Judge Frąckowiak to say a few words, I'd like to make one more comment. Judge Frąckowiak was introduced as a Poznań judge, as the vice president of MEDEL, if I remember correctly, currently the president of the district court in Poznań. But what you did not hear, well, let me start by this. Judge Frąckowiak, I overheard a conversation. This is what we lawyers do, we listen in. And Judge Frąckowiak was asking in typically modest fashion, replying in typically modest fashion to a question posed, what is your role? She said, I'm just a judge. And I thought, how misleading. Judge Frąckowiak is one of the judges who was on the front line of the struggle for the rule of law and paid a personal price over the years. She was not only one of the most prominent members of the Justitia Judges Foundation, but she regularly voiced arguments against the destruction of the rule of law in Poland, and was herself targeted with all kinds of repressions, most notably 5 disciplinary proceedings. So, if anything, Judge Frąckowiak is an exceptional judge, an exceptional member of Justitia, and an icon of the struggle of rule of law over the past 8 years. So we are very privileged to have her.
Thank you so much. Now I feel in awkward position. Well, I wasn't the only one. There were many my colleagues from Justitia and from Lex Super-Omnia, and I would like to emphasize that we also have really courageous prosecutors from Lex Super-Omnia who were fighting for rule of law in Poland, and they paid incredible price for it. So, and I, representing MEDEL here, I would like to advocate for prosecutors as well, because MEDEL is the association which joins both judicial and prosecutors associations. I think my intervention is going to be quite short because I am a modest person. No, I think my former speakers already emphasized the most important issues, and I totally agree with everything what you said. We all may agree on this, but we live in very challenging and dangerous times, seeing what is happening in the United States and seeing what is happening in some European countries and having history from Poland. We definitely cannot just rest and look what's going to happen. We still need to work on the making sure that rule of law is going to prevail. I think that this is the last very moment when we do need to realize as the legal community in Europe that we need to have some standards regarding independence, both of judges and prosecutors. Because in case of judges, yes, we have so many verdicts delivered by both European tribunals. We have the soft law, we have Article 19 of the European Treaty, of course, but regarding prosecutors, we still miss some European standards. And seeing what is happening in Italy, for example, now, where the position of prosecutors is very strong, and how the executive power tries to limit the independence of prosecutor's office, I think we should all be aware how important it is, and how we all should focus on both judges and prosecutors. So systemic guarantees are very important on the European level and in each European country, but when it comes to the fight on the battlefield, and I know it from my own experience, it is, unfortunately, many people hide behind the formalistic approach. That's what Kees Sterk said. That's why mentality is so important. And what in the previous panel was already said, that education is so important. The best vaccination against populism, against dictatorship is education, but in the wide sense. So we need to remember about educating civil society, citizens, but we also need to remember about educating ourselves, judges, prosecutors, lawyers. And we very often forget about this. So this is something what I would like to emphasize at the end of my short speech.
Thank you very much, Judge Frąckowiak. Judge Frąckowiak mentioned the prosecutors who aren't personally represented in today's panel. I think there are two names worth mentioning, and they are symbolic. Mariusz Krasol and Ewa Wrzosek, who faced repressions because they chose to act in accordance with the law, in accordance with EU law, and in accordance with the Constitution. And Judge Frąckowiak rightly pointed out that prosecutors were perhaps the most vulnerable because they are naturally in a hierarchy, and this was abused over the last years and certainly remains a systemic problem to be solved. Although changing the legal culture and the leadership of the prosecution solves the problem temporarily, but is not a safeguard against violations in the future. I'm now going to go back to Maria Ślązak and go through our panel once again with a request for comments, perhaps feedback on what you've heard from the other panelists. But I would like to, turning to Maria Ślązak now, ask not only for you to continue your comments, but also perhaps if you could comment on whether membership in the bars, given your comments, should be obligatory. We hear from very many young lawyers that a bar association should be a voluntary membership deal. It should be like a club to which you can belong or not belong. How does this impact independence of lawyers and client-lawyer privilege?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. But before I would reply to this question, I would like to say a few words about another role of the bars in protecting lawyers. It is not direct protection, but the bars, they work a lot on building positive image of the profession. Education and high moral ethical standards, and this is something which differentiate us from others who provide legal services, because as all of us we know that the legal services are also provided by the others. That building this highest possible competences of the lawyers and high standards, moral standards, and also using in the proper way the disciplinary measures to the lawyers who do not follow the code of conduct. It is very, very important, the role of the bar. And the other thing which I wanted to mention, because in this panel we are judges and lawyers, And I would like to refer to the opinion of the Consultative Council of European Judges under auspices of Council of Europe. This council, very, very prestigious body, issued in 2013 opinion number 16 on relations between lawyers and judges, and they promote such ideas like common trainings, exchanges, dialogues, everything to shorten the judicial processes and also to introduce more often, which is very, very important for Europe comparing with North America, to the mediation, that mediation should be used more often. And then if we will cooperate, judges and lawyers, in the interest of access to justice and citizens, it will bring a lot to rule of law. And now answering your question, that whether it should be, that the membership should be mandatory. Obviously, it is so important that membership in our bars is mandatory. The bar is the regulator of our profession. We know the code, ethical rules from the bar. The bar trains us that we get higher competencies, and also the bar observe us whether we violate or not the principles. And without this, the membership in the bar, this is guarantee for citizens that they can go to the lawyer who is the real professional, because her competencies are checked by somebody, are watched by somebody. This is the mandatory membership in the bars is the interest of citizens, not the bars, not the lawyers. This is very, very important for the rule of law. Thank you for this question.
Thank you so much, President Ślązak. I now turn to President Vickers, perhaps continuing the issue of bar associations. We observed that many people turned out to support the judges and the independence of the judiciary when it was under threat. We saw people in the streets demonstrating. We saw the candles surrounding the courthouses in support. Do you think if the independence of the bar associations or the bar associations themselves were under threat of being delegalized, not making any suggestions here, Minister Bodnar, do you think we could count on public support? Is there a public understanding of the importance of these self-regulatory bodies?
I'm going to do like Maria, beginning by not replying to your question and saying exactly what I want to say. Lawyers, exactly. And just coming back to one or two words of Claire Ové about the 2 years of drafting of the convention. 2 years, but it was only the last 2 years. And I just want to emphasize the special role of Poland in the story of the convention, because everything began 10 years from now in Poland, in Gdańsk, in the shipyard of Gdańsk, during a meeting, a plenary meeting of the CCBE, and there was a Polish president at this time, and it was the first time that on the agenda of the CCBE there was that question of a convention. And it was looking so ambitious and so incredibly complex to go to achieve that aim. And I hope, Claire, that the figure of 9 is not enough. I hope that we still have three weeks to have more people to sign on the 13th of May. So. After saying that, I think you have asked me a question. No, obviously, lay people don't care about self-regulation and independence of bars, and I completely understand them, because it's really purely legal concept. But I think that people care about the independence of their lawyer. I'm sure that they want to be defended by an independent lawyers. And I think that, and it was what as did the CCB the previous year during the Lawyers' Day, it was the theme of the Lawyers' Day. It was about self-regulation, independence of lawyer, and the importance of the independence of lawyer for the public and for the lay people. And so I think we can inform public, and it was said during the first panel, we have to educate, if I can say that, the public about the importance of bar, about the independence of bar, but I think they are perfectly aware of the necessity to be defended by an independent lawyer.
Thank you so much. Turning now to Judge Kestak, you mentioned the need for judges to go beyond formalism and to seek a common axiology. In terms of education of judges, especially continental system judges, coming from a different tradition than the common law judges, what steps need to be taken on a supranational level, on an EU level, to ensure that judges go beyond being simple technocrats of justice, albeit very competent and intelligent ones, and become judges fulfilling a judicial axiology?
Well, yes, it starts with education, of course, not only of judges, but also of law students, but I start with the judges. If you teach them what I do in Prague, European law, literal meaning of the treaty doesn't bring you very much. If you don't have the purpose of the treaty, if you don't have the system of the treaty. So that's where it starts. And then they grasp the idea, and then you try to translate it to their national systems, which I cannot do because I do not master the national systems. So that is, I think, on that level, European law, if you try to master European law, there is a certain kind of legal reasoning going with European law. But I think if you go deeper, as I said, with a formalistic approach to the law, you cannot defend the values of the rule of law. So it goes deeper. You have to ask the universities in these countries to try to teach them another way than just the formalistic way of approaching the law. And this is a kind of turnaround, of course, of the tradition in certain countries, but having the experience of undermining the rule of law, I think this must at least be given some thought. And probably someone would say, yes, there is a judge from the Netherlands telling some systems to rethink, and this is not from an attitude that something is wrong, but it is from an attitude that we have a common problem in Europe, and we must gather all the possibilities to prevent that it's going to happen again or more, or whatever. And one of the aspects is teaching at universities and other kind of methodology of law.
Thank you very much. I now turn to Dr. Claire Ovey. You spoke of the independence, the importance of the independence of lawyers. If you could identify across the board, across the EU right now, the main threats to the independence of lawyers, and just to give us a heads up in all our respective jurisdictions and comment on those, especially comment on why surveillance, including the Pegasus system, which is a classic example, is one of those main threats. That's a loaded question. That's what we do.
Thank you very much for these questions. So the Council of Europe has got 46 member states. I would say that that probably the situation is not perfect in any single one of those member states. I come from the United Kingdom. I have a prime minister who was a human rights lawyer who actually came to Strasbourg and brought cases to the European Court of Human Rights. There is still, sometimes quite a negative discourse about lawyers, particularly, I would say, exactly as in France, lawyers who defend the rights of migrants and asylum seekers in the UK. So, but having said that, I think there are definitely some member states of the Council of Europe where the situation is really acute at the moment, where presidents of bar associations and lawyers are being imprisoned and subject to criminal proceedings, where lawyers are being disbarred, and where the bar associations are certainly not independent or are being having their independence undermined. And so I think it is, I don't think that 9 member states is enough. On the 13th of May, 13th of May is not a deadline, is not a cut-off point, though. It's just the starting point. So I really, really hope that the vast majority of member states of the Council of Europe at least sign up to and ratify the convention, so that the kind of the few states where the situation currently is really acute will feel kind of ashamed and pressured, and will also feel an obligation to do that. So the types of threats which lawyers, I'm actually going to quote a CCBE survey which was conducted that said that more than 57% of the lawyers who responded to the survey declared that they had been the victims of threatening behaviour or aggression at least once in the last couple of years. So that is a huge statistic. I think, as I've mentioned, criminal proceedings. We have cases, I think, pending, involving Poland, involving the use, or allegations of the use of Pegasus spyware against lawyers. But it's not just spyware and new technology. There's been very old cases about lawyers, trying to talk to their clients, criminal clients in prisons and in detention, being listened to, lawyers having their files seized and their computers seized. So confidentiality, this is essential to the role of lawyer. Anyone who's practiced as a lawyer knows this. You need to be able to speak frankly to your client. You need your client to feel able to speak frankly to you, and you need those records and that conversation to remain confidential and not fall into the hands of the state or the whatever authorities you're acting against. So I hope I've answered your question, and I really hope that many states, including Poland, will be signing up and ratifying this convention very quickly.
Thank you very much. I now turn to Director Julien Mounier with a request to comment on anything he's heard, but I'm particularly interested on an EU level. Are there steps, apart of obviously from the convention being signed as a Council of Europe instrument, are there steps being taken to reinforce the independence of lawyers, not only judges, but lawyers across Europe? Are you aware?
Thanks a lot. No, definitely we are following the work of the Council of Europe. Then you have also some legislation that's directly relevant on procedural rights, directive on access to lawyers, access to procedural documents and so on. And here the Commission has to have an enforcement action. And then we are, of course, looking at the situation as part of the monitoring under the rule of law report. And here there are indeed, threats that can come from multiple forms. I referred, to criticism, more than criticism, attacks, public attacks, as the colleagues were mentioning in media, notably. You have also a problem between organized crime and the rule of law, which is something that we've been looking at also over the last year, where you have serious organized crime, threatening lawyers or even murdering, threatening journalists, threatening judges. So that's also something to be really looked at. And then in the course of our monitoring of the situation in the member states, we sometimes discover, I would say, good practices that could be promoted at European level, as well as some issues that can become very problematic. I mean, one of the issues I was mentioning, and here it's a question of of balancing in criminal procedure, where you need to have the tools to fight serious organized crime. But again, if that goes too far, if the pendulum goes in the direction of making the exercise of the work of the lawyer impossible or very constrained, then that's absolutely not okay. You can have also some other type of problems, like you were mentioning, spyware. So this is also something that we are looking at here, essentially on the basis of the relevant case law of the court, both courts in Luxembourg and in Strasbourg. But otherwise, it was very instructive for me to listen to you. I also totally concur on the question of the independence and autonomy of the prosecution, which is also centered to our rule of law report, because this is also, there is no one size fits all. You have very different type of organization depending on the member states, but the end result should be that there is independence, that there is not an intrusion into the cases, and we see that in several member states some safeguards would need to be reinforced to guarantee this independence and this autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Judge Frąckowiak, much has been spoken over the past years about systemic guarantees of judicial independence. If you, referring to your experiences and the experiences of your colleagues over the past years facing repressions, what systemic safeguards should have been in place or could have been in place that would have put the judges in a better position when faced with these illiberal changes and repressions against the judiciary? Do you feel that it's an issue of improperly shaped safeguards or systemic guarantees, or was it simply an issue of political will, which no systemic safeguards could have possibly changed?
Thank you for the question. Shortly speaking, I would say both. And unfortunately, again, what we may observe in United States, and which we consider as the country with a very strong democratic institutions, unfortunately, obviously they are not strong enough. So whenever, even if we have some constitutional guarantees, when there is the power, there's the force which doesn't care about law and constitution, it's not enough. And there are no guarantees in the written law which can give us sureness that nothing wrong is going to happen. But having experience from Poland, I can say that there was the difference, for example, between prosecutors and judges, because still judges had some constitutional guarantees. Prosecutors in Poland didn't, and it was much more easier to dismantle prosecutors' office than judiciary. But, of course, it's not enough for the citizen to rely on the personal courage of a judge. Definitely, we need some systemic guarantees, and it should be on many levels. So we need a strong self-government. We need presidents of the courts which would be elected by their peers. We need strong, real judicial council. We need some guarantees, like we cannot transfer judges from one place, one court to another. Unlike in prosecutors' case, they were in Poland transferred from one place to another. Overnight. So definitely there is no question that we need systemic guarantees for both judges and prosecutors.
Thank you so much. I now turn to the conference participants. Please.
Hello, Andrew Munro from the Ministry of Justice in Ireland. Two very brief comments. One, we intend, subject to some formalities, with the government at home, we intend to sign the convention on the 13th of May. We're really looking forward to that. We had our former Director of Public Prosecutions was on the expert group that advised on the drafting, and we're really invested in it. We think it's a really important project. Just a comment to Professor Kay Stark, if you want less formalism in the judicial system, can I interest you in the common law system? We'd be happy to export it.
We're good, thanks. We're good.
We'd be happy to export it across Europe. And finally, a question to obey the rules and ask a question. Clearly, does the panel agree a further instrument at international level, whether it's Council of Europe or at EU level? Does the panel agree that it would be necessary to have an instrument on the independence of prosecutors?
Thank you. I propose we go through the questions and then turn back to our panelists. I know Łukasz will forgive me if I turn to Minister Bodnar first. Oh, no, I had that in mind when I asked. I turned to you first. Please, Minister Bodnar, please.
Bodnar is closer in alphabet than Bojarski. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that I should react, and I hope it is not just a question of this traditional opposition to prosecution by attorneys, but I would like to mention that there were more than just 2 prosecutors that were subject of different pressure activities, because first of all, there were more than 120 prosecutors that were downgraded in the beginning in 2016. For me, it was personally very important to reinstate them in 2024. And I will just give you even one information that even recently, during one of the meetings of promotion of new prosecutors, I was even reinstating 2 ladies that are already retired. So basically, we gave them like a very special idea of a prosecutor in order to symbolize that they are prosecutors of the higher level and not of the level to which they were downgraded. Plus, there were a number of disciplinary cases. There were also criminal cases instigated against prosecutors, and there were those compulsory delegations, as well as slap litigation. So prosecutor Katarzyna Kwiatkowska was subject of that kind of a slap litigation. So it was quite massive in the same way as it was massive when it comes to judges. Thank you.
Just now I feel I need to explain myself. There were in fact very many prosecutors who faced repressions. Many of them remain nameless, but Katarzyna Kwiatkowska, there was Małgorzata Szeroczyńska, there was Krzysztof Parachimowicz. There were in fact, the reason I mentioned these 2 people earlier on is so that everyone would get an understanding that these were very real people who we know, who we speak with. These weren't just statistics. Łukasz Bojarski.
Thank you very much. I have one statement and one question. When it comes to the past, I just wanted to underline the role of lawyers during this defense of the rule of law in Poland in the last 8 years was really instrumental, incredibly significant, and also the collaboration of lawyers with other groups of society. So just 2 examples. At the very beginning, in the late 2015, right after the elections, there was this letter sent to the Venice Commission, signed actually by 8 civil society organizations and National Bar Association. So that was already, from the very beginning, we all knew that we don't have a formal standing to initiate the Venice Commission action, but it was kind of symbolic fact of demonstrating what is going on in Poland, and finally, actually, it led to invitation of the Venice Commission to Poland. And the second example is the involvement of hundreds on the scale of Poland of lawyers on pro bono basis, representing both judges, supporting those judges who get engaged in the, what I call judicial resistance, but also representing pro bono citizens in political trials, citizens who were attacked for example, taking part in the demonstrations and many other different things. So this is the past that we should appreciate. There is also kind of continuation when it comes to Poland because we have long tradition of this kind of actions, activities of lawyers in the defense of the rule of law and democracy. But the question to you is, to all of you, to those of you who want to answer, is what can we or what can you do to make sure that this kind of behavior, this kind of activities of lawyers is not something special, it's not something unusual. You know, there's this Norwegian scholar, a colleague of mine, Hans-Petter Graver, who has written a number of books and papers on this, and he uses the term the valiant judges, legal heroes, yes? I'm kind of tired already of reading about the heroes. I mean, this is the role of the judge to defend the rule of law. This is the role of the lawyer to defend the rule of law. It's fantastic that we award champions, that we award those who are the best, but we should rather work on the situation that this becomes the norm, that people are more involved in what is a basic, I mean, everybody, both judges and lawyers, have their daily cases, yes? Millions of them, thousands of them. And this is when they simply professionally perform their role. But sometimes, occasionally, in specific circumstances, there is a call to do something more because there is an attack on democracy, there is a populism, whatever it is, and we have to get involved, not as heroes, not as valiant judges, but as regular human beings, but also lawyers who are responsible for safeguarding the rule of law. So how can you, in your organizations, make sure that this attitude becomes more common, that we can, you know, it's like studying the history of judiciary. It's really full of very bad examples. The governments change, there's a populism wave, whatever, and lawyers more or less subordinate to it, yes? Much more often lawyers are opportunistic. This is the truth, the historic truth, not to mention, you know, the 30s in the Weimar Republic, which is like an example everybody uses. I have to finish, yes, I see you.
You promised it would be short.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Any more comments, please, from the floor? Please.
Okay. Just one addition to Lukáš' comments there. I expect that in the coming months and years, you will be attacked as judges and prosecutors, as the Poles were in the last 8 years, as the Americans are now. And do you have a plan? You need a war chest. You need a system of mutual support across borders, support, moral support, economic support, political support, psychosocial support, not the least. And if you don't make it now, this can go horribly, horribly wrong. And we must expect it to be much, much worse in the time to come than any ordinary working lawyer has experienced in most European countries. But we see it's already there in France. It's already there in Italy. It's been awful in Poland, and there will be more of it. So, are you prepared?
I apologize. Before we go back to the floor, Judge Frąckowiak has let me know she needs to run immediately. So I'm just going to ask Judge Frąckowiak to make her comments, and then we'll go back to the comment.
Yeah, I have my phone. Okay, so sorry for this situation, but I need to catch my family. Very shortly speaking, I think we need to create networks between lawyers, and it shouldn't be something what happens once in, you know, for 10 years or 20 years. I think we have a good example from Italy, I talked to some lawyers, judges, prosecutors from Italy, and they told me that at the beginning of 90s, they created kind of the network between lawyers, judges, prosecutors, because as some of you may remember, it was Berlusconi time and there was a credible attack on judiciary as well. However, now, seeing what is happening now, it's even worse, I think, at the moment. But they kept the network and they were still cooperating, and even in peaceful time, we need to cooperate, at least, for example, in this educational sphere. That's at least what we can do. So be in touch, cooperate. This is the cure I can give.
Thank you very much. We now return to the gentleman here, and then we'll come back to our panel for very, very short summarizing comments, please.
I promise to be quick. I'm Philippe Marx. I was the president of MEDEL from 2017 to 2022. Catching on the question that was asked of usually lawyers tend to be conformist with the government in power. It's not only lawyers, you can see that throughout history with judges, with prosecutors, it's the same. You're not supposed to be a hero, you're supposed to be a lawyer or a judge, and that's the main issue. And catching on this sentence is, and what Ivar just said of, you will be attacked. I've been representative of the Portuguese judges in MEDEL since 2012, sorry. It looks like a whole different world 13 years after. I remember I was in the Assises de la Justice in November 2013, and the notion of everybody in that room, organized by the European Commission, was, what are we doing here? The EU has nothing to do with justice. And the scenario could not be more different 13 years later. And I remember the first meetings we had in MEDEL with Emmanuel Khabi from the DG Justice, with the Commissioner of Justice. And at the beginning, there was some resistance, and I can proudly say that it was probably the decision of the Portuguese Judges Association that triggered a bit, opened the door for what came after. And I think we should, well, coming to my presidency in MEDEL, we should look to judicial associations, because they are not institutional actors in the traditional sense. If you look to the struggle in Poland, it was the associations that drove the judges that usually are in their courts alone deciding their cases, that it's what they should do. It was the associations that brought them into the public area and said, now look, you need to stop just looking to your cases, and this is an important issue. This is about the core issue that you should be standing for. So we need to look for, to stand with the associations of judges, not only in these countries, but, and to finish, especially in countries which are not in the EU. I've been acting as expert for the Council of Europe in some countries which are outside the EU, and they look at the EU as a beacon of what they should follow in terms of rule of law. So it's important not only for the European Union area, but also for the other countries which are looking at the EU to see what we should do in order to comply with the rule of law basic requirements. So the EU responsibility is not just internal, it's also for the countries around it and the accession countries, the candidate countries. I just wanted to stress this.
Thank you very much. I now turn to the panelists with a request for extremely brief replies, because we are very, very much over time. I start with President Ślązak, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to answer the question how to, because this is the sense of it, what the bars do to brought up heroes among lawyers. And as I said, one of the functions of our bars is to educate lawyers, especially from principles of ethics, very high moral rules. And in this context, I would like to give you an example that when in Poland was organized a conference on training of lawyers, the whole day conference, and one of the speakers was the former president of CCB. And at the end of these few hours, he said, all of that is very, very important to train lawyers, to teach them of criminal law, civil law, and so on. But the most important is to train them about ethics and to give the good example. And those who have high moral standards, they will be those heroes what you are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Vickers.
First, do we have a plan? No, we don't have a plan, but it's on the agenda. It was a question raised during one of our last meetings, and we will have a plan. Second, are lawyers better people than others? No, we are not better than others. But, as Maria said, we have ethics, and we have bars to ask us to respect ethics. And do our lawyers heroes? One of the tasks of the president of CCB is to write to governments that put lawyers in jail, that threaten lawyers. And as president of the Council of European Bars, I am writing one letter a day to a government of that kind. There are many heroes among lawyers.
Thank you very much. Judge Stack.
Yes, very interesting questions. Thank you very much. Do we have a plan? Not yet in the Netherlands, but we are working on it. And the first phase is urgency. Many Dutch judges feel that what happened in Poland will never happen in our country, but they thought the same about the United States, and especially how quick things happen there makes them realize that with other governments it could happen. So that is one. And how we approach this. I'm one of the judges who are involved in this. We talk. We have already 2 meetings, and we have 4 more in this year with groups of judges from all courts, from all ranks, so to speak, and we go along the following things. We say, okay, for a good independent judiciary, you need legal safeguards. We mentioned that. We need a rule of law culture. What can we do about promoting the rule of law culture? And we need courageous judges. What does it mean to be a courageous judge in the special circumstances? And along these lines, we have this discussion. It's not teaching you have to do this or that, but what do the ethics, of course we teach ethics as well, but what do the ethics require in these specific circumstances, which we hope will not happen? And I had to say a lot more, but there are others in the panel.
Signals are clear.
I apologize. My role is a very ungrateful one, and it becomes more and more ungrateful as the clock ticks by. Please, Director Claire Ovey.
Yeah, so I can be very quick. So, I mean, I hope this convention is kind of part of the plan, and I think, you know, particularly once Gravo starts producing reports, but I think just the very fact that this convention exists and has been adopted and will be open for signature is already highlighting a problem and highlighting the importance of the independence of lawyers to protect the rule of law. So that's one thing. On the question of do we need another convention for prosecutors, I think that might be even more complicated to get off the ground because basically the status of prosecutors is different in many countries. In some countries they are independent, part of the judiciary. Others they're really part of the executive. So I think it might be quite hard to have to draw up a kind of a one-size-fits-all convention. But having said that, prosecutors and their independence is obviously so crucial in the fight against corruption, in the upholding of the rule of law. And there are other Council of Europe instruments. There's very many Venice Commission reports, as have been mentioned. There's also Greco, which is a group of countries against corruption, which also reports on the role and particularly the structural independence of prosecutors, and a committee of ministers in the execution of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. Wherever we get one of these horrible judgments where the court finds a violation of Article 18 of the Convention, which is basically using the criminal law in abuse of process, then the Committee of Ministers asks for structural reforms about the independence, not just of the judiciary, but also prosecutors. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but that's, we try.
Thank you, thank you. The last word in our panel today belongs to Director Julien Meunier.
I'll try to be very brief and catching up on how do we make sure that we do not need any hero. And here I think that it's a bit the approach that we've tried to develop with our rule of law cycle is through education, prevention, deterrence, and response. Education, you need to have your citizen who want to vote in for an independent judicial system and for the rule of law. They have to understand. We launched from the Commission a small campaign to try to make them understand why it's so important, because this is also what will inform the choice they will make and the mandate they will give to their representative. Then comes the prevention. So it's absolutely essential that you have also very strong systems of safeguards and checks and balances. Sometimes when we mention in the rule of law report that, for example, the independence of a judicial council or some procedural rules on review of prosecutorial decision should be improved. We have sometimes member states saying, but we don't need it, it's working. Yes, it's working now, but if you have a political situation that change, this may be a bit too weak. And the objective also of the rule of law report is a preventive one, is to try to identify problems before they arise, accompany member states with dialogue, have also the very important dialogue, rule of law dialogue at council, where member states are amongst themselves as peers and they can look at things that are right and things which are not right. Deterrence, something very important and that we are developing even more, is the fund conditionality. So here, if it's very clear also that if things go sideways in terms of rule of law in the member states that will come with financial consequence, there is a strong deterrent effect not to do it. And then finally, the response, and that is that at national level and at European level, that if there are violations of the rule of law, they come with consequence that could be via infringement procedures or other procedures. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of our panel. I would like to thank you for participating actively in the panel. I'd like to thank Minister Bodnar for bringing us all together here around what are very obviously shared common values. And please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you, panelists, for the reflections you've shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch, and we will meet each other here at 2 p.m. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin in a few minutes.
We see each other, yes, in a few weeks, in June, yes?
Yeah, well, I'll be over for the
NHR Academy.
NHR Academy, and I'm not sure if, I'm sure that our staff have been in touch to see, but it'd be lovely for you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we now begin the 7th panel, which is entitled The Role of Ombudsman Institutions in Supporting Civil Society, Engagement in the Rule of Law and Human Rights. Human rights institutions play an important role in supporting social organizations that work for the rule of law and the protection of human rights. They make it possible to highlight violations of the law more effectively, offer legal assistance, give opinions on draft laws, and help defend citizens before courts or administrative bodies. Thanks to their independence, the authority, ombudsman institutions strengthen the voice of civil society in the public debate and contribute to building a culture of the rule of law and respect for individual rights. The debate on this topic will be attended by Teresa Anjinio, European Ombudsman, Debbie Conner, Secretary General of European Network of National Human Rights Institutions, Katarzyna Kotula, Minister of Equality of Poland, and Professor Martin Wiącek, Polish Commissioner for Human Rights. And the panel will be moderated by Professor Dorota Pudzianowska from the University of Warsaw.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the 7th panel. I'm honored to moderate the discussion. I must say the topic is very dear to my heart, as I worked for 15 years for the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights in Warsaw. I was a practicing lawyer there. And on many occasions, we cooperated with Polish ombudsmen. And I even brought with me today material proof of effective cooperation we had with then Ombudsman Professor Adam Bodnar. This is first Polish equality bench book for judges and prosecutors, which was prepared within the group of judges, prosecutors, NGO activists, ministries, and which was then published by Ombudsman's office. So I know that cooperation between civil society and human rights institutions can be really important and fruitful, and I'm sure we'll hear about more examples in a second. We have three main topics, three threads for the discussion. First, how do ombudsman institutions support NGOs? How broad can be this support? What instruments there are in place for such support? And also, we would hear about best practices or examples of best practices. I think it might be especially interesting. But also, when we discussed among us today's panel, we think there is another aspect that's worth touching upon, which is also support of civil society for human rights institutions and ombudsman offices. And this topic will be also touched upon. So we have only 1 hour, so I won't prolong my introduction. The flow of the session that we agreed on is that there will be 10 minutes interventions, then maybe short comments among panelists and questions from the audience, so we count on your active participation. We will start with Teresa Anjinio. Please, take the floor.
If you allow me, I will speak from there. Is it okay? Yes. So first of all, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure and honor, actually, to be here with you today. I've been elected, as you all know, in last December, so I'm ombudsman, in this case, ombudswoman, a European ombudswoman, since the end of February. It is still a short time, but already a very important time for me to be here and to speak with you. It's such an important topic. So, as we all know, one of the most reliable measures of a country or region's democratic health is the extent to which civil society is empowered to actively participate in public life. The principle of democratic participation lies at the heart of any functioning democracy. It ensures that people have both the space and the means to engage in shaping decisions that affect them. Indeed, a vibrant civic space is essential, not only to uphold democracy, but also to safeguard civil rights. As European Ombudswoman, I am fully aware of the important role civil society organizations play in fostering this engagement and in holding the EU administration to account. And this, of course, across a wide range of issues, including transparency, fundamental rights, integrity, or environmental protection, to name just a few. Accountability is, of course, a shared effort, but quite frankly, I cannot imagine real accountability without the active involvement of civil society. And the reason why I feel the need to say something that might seem obvious, particularly here in Poland, is because from my European vantage point, I see clearly that we are living through challenging times. And often the scales do not tip in civil society's favor. For example, in terms of resources and access to decision makers, but also taking into account the new geopolitical landscape and the highly transactional world we now suddenly find ourselves living in. Policies and priorities are being reshaped at speed, and decision-making processes are becoming increasingly complex, covering new and more specialized areas, often framed as urgent, along with arguments that easily require further explanations. An environment that can indeed not only create an undesired uncertainty, but also hinder civil society's ability to contribute meaningfully and hold institutions accountable. This is precisely where the European Ombudsman has a key role to play in helping to rebalance these scales. In practical terms, it means ensuring that there is diversity of expertise feeding into decision-making, that public consultations are open to meaningful participation, or that proactive transparency allows civil society and others to understand and, when necessary, influence EU policymaking. I strongly believe that trust in governance erodes not because people reject rules, but because they do not understand them, or worse, they feel excluded by them. These are anxious times for citizens and decision makers alike, which makes the work of the European Ombudsman's Office, which is to ensure that administrative rules are followed, citizens can partake in the democratic life of the European Union, and that accountability standards remain high, especially important. Here, I see the opportunity and the responsibility to further establish the office as a reference point for the norms and values that have defined the European Union since its foundation. And of course, central to those values is a deep and ongoing commitment to vibrant democracy through having a vibrant civil society, always operating with full independence and impartiality, strengthened by the soundness of our arguments, and mindful of our important role as a bridge between citizens and institutions, a bridge that can only serve its purpose if people know it exists and trust that it will lead them somewhere. So how can ombudsman institutions support civil society engagement? This is the question. Broadly speaking, I believe it is possible to identify three main ways, and then I can develop them. First, by listening and, where necessary, amplifying concerns. Second, by accepting complaints and opening inquiries. And third, by actively consulting civil society in inquiries that are relevant to their areas of expertise. An effective ombudsman office is one that listens, understands, and responds, and anticipates. That is why our office continuously monitors what civil society and others are saying about their interactions with the EU administration. Civil society's input has led to major own initiative inquiries, for example, on the lack of transparency in EU lawmaking, on transparency of hundreds of expert groups that advise the European Commission on policies. We also made proactive suggestions to improve the functioning of the European Citizens' Initiative, the EU's primary participatory democratic tool. More directly still, many of our inquiries have been the result of complaints from civil society organizations, covering issues such as the protection of fundamental rights, alleged ethic breaches, and access to EU documents. One ongoing inquiry, for example, is related to whether the Commission sufficiently consulted stakeholders, including environmental organizations, before making urgent amendments to common agricultural policy legislation following farmers' protests last year. Another examines how the Commission monitors fundamental rights, compliance with EU funds, and how they are used by Greece for border management. We also actively seek the formal input of civil society to our inquiries, as I said, drawing on their expertise and on-the-ground insight. In closing, I speak not only from theory, but gladly also from direct experience. I have seen the benefits of a strong, independent, and vibrant civic space, and I am aware of the harm that can be caused if that space begins to shrink. That is why I remain committed to amplifying this message wherever I can, and through the work of my office, to upholding the values that allow civil society to thrive. That is fairness, integrity, and trust. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Anguinho. I'm grateful for this metaphor of a bridge. We can use it as a starting point also for next interventions, whether you agree and how do you see the role, maybe develop a little bit this metaphor. I would like to invite to make her intervention Debbie Kohler. The floor is yours. You can stay where you are, or you can come here as you wish.
Yeah, I'll stay here. Thank you. And thank you so much to the Minister, to Adam and the Polish presidency for this really timely and thought-provoking conference. Indeed, yesterday, and this morning, I felt that brainstorming quality to it. So while I'll happily answer your questions, I'd also like to reflect a bit for the future. I can say what NHRIs and ENRI are doing now to support civil society and vice versa. But I'd also like to reflect about what more we can do in these difficult times and invite you to suggest as well. ENRI is strategic planning at present. And it really gives us a good opportunity to look at the new landscape and think, what do we need to change? What can we achieve? And how do we change also how we work to get there? This, of course, is all within our mandate. ENRI, the European Network of National Human Rights Institutions, has a mission to enhance the promotion and protection of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And we see these three as being intrinsically and necessarily intertwined, indivisible. And of course, civil society being a necessary part. We achieve this through supporting, strengthening, and connecting NHRIs. So all our work will be through this prism. But we know that NHRIs are only one actor in this landscape. And in the current context, it's impossible for one actor alone to really make the impacts we need. So we are looking forward also to building alliances. And again, I invite you to reflect and suggest at the end of this panel. Thank you. So first of all, who are we? I said we're the European network of NHRIs. We have 49 members, and you might have noticed that I haven't yet used the word ombudsman, even though it's the title of this panel. So actually, over half, 26 of our members do have the ombuds mandate. But the characteristic that brings together our members is the fact that they are NHRIs. So I'll briefly explain the distinction, and please do correct me if anyone has better ideas. But traditionally, an ombuds works on maladministration. Now, some ombuds have a broader human rights mandate, but for NHRIs, every single one must have a broad human rights mandate on all types of human rights. Secondly, ombuds traditionally have a very strong protection mandate. And we heard about the complaints handling and inquiries, but each NHRI must have a mandate to both protect and promote human rights. And we heard this morning even the importance of education. We've heard also in these difficult times really communicating, raising awareness, creating a culture of rights and rule of law is so important. And so we've also heard in our strategic planning that this is an aspect of the NHRI functions that really must be developed in the coming years. So finally, a big difference is that NHRIs are the only national bodies that go through an accreditation process. This means that they are tested for primarily their independence, but also their mandate, functions, pluralism, effectiveness, and accountability. And I must say that when I turn to NHRI's work with civil society, the standards against which NHRIs are accredited, the UN Paris Principles, actually require that NHRIs cooperate with civil society. They also require pluralism, and as a single head of institution, such as an ombuds institution, this pluralism is often achieved by having an advisory board of NGOs or other actors. And then when it comes to cooperation, there are so many examples, and we've already heard some from Teresa, but there is a lot of joint work that we see being done. Amplifying the voice, as Teresa mentioned, is incredibly important. We also use the analogy of the bridge, but it is not to say that civil society can't access the state directly. Of course they can and should, but actually NHRIs have a privileged access. They have an official state mandate to advise the state. So they can really amplify the voice in places where it might be more difficult for civil society to be heard. The converse is that civil society actors really help NHRIs in really accessing those more hard to reach communities. Particularly grassroots NGOs often have these closer connections that might be less comfortable speaking with an official state institution. And this is particularly seen in occupied or disputed areas where it's actually impossible for the NHRI to enter the land. Okay, another few quite quickly. Monitoring and reporting. All NHRIs monitor the human rights, rule of law situation, including on civil society space. They report this, sometimes specifically in the annual reports, which are debated in Parliament, but also to the public, to international organizations, and then also through some specific mandates like whistleblower or the NPM, they can get information also on human rights defenders in detention. Fourth, NHRI's input to laws and policies, and this is both in a positive and negative way. Positively, we heard how, well, maybe not yet, in Croatia, our member that is also an ombuds institution was part of a working group to set up a national policy to create an enabling space for civil society. On the more negative side, our members in Georgia and Slovakia have had to speak up against these foreign agent laws. So they are hopefully making a difference, even if not achieving all that is hoped. Fifth is the legal function. We heard from Therese on complaints handling, but some NHRIs that don't have that function also provide legal assistance. They might bring strategic litigation, and indeed in Poland, this is quite a strong function as well. I really should have acknowledged the Polish Commissioner for Human Rights, our member, before starting, and I know he'll be able to give much more detail, but this is an overview across the network. Finally, we were asked about prevention and educational functions, and I believe I've already spoken to that, including information campaigns, human rights education, not only to the public, but also to state actors, which is incredibly important. And so fundamentally, NHRIs are part of the national protection mechanism for civil society. They've been recognized by both the Council of Europe and the EU as supporting civil society space. And our members have asked for further work on monitoring methodologies and also in breaking down what an enabling environment really means to help to create that. I'm going to say a few words, if I may, on collaboration. So all our 49 members come together to form ENRI. And for ENRI, it is a priority to work on civil society human rights defenders, including in the context of rule of law. As a network, we have two main ways of working together. The first is to build capacity through exchanging practices and also training, such as our NHRI Academy, which always has an aspect on civil society. And in 2020, it was specifically looking at NHRI's work with and in support of civil society. In 22 on rule of law, and this year on human rights defenders. So it really is something where we provide a focus. From this work, we also build resources for our members. So we have a human rights defenders resource with examples of practices. We also have monitoring methodology for NHRIs at borders, which involves human rights defenders in that work, given the criminalization. And we're a convener where, for example, recently we invited young environment defenders to meet with our membership to help them to learn how to support them. And secondly, our members come together to have a stronger common voice. And I think the best example of this is through our rule of law reporting to the European Commission, both country and also regional reports. This year again, we have a specific focus on civil society and human rights defenders. Again, we've seen a deterioration in the civic space, but the reporting is not enough. We're also looking at impacts, how our members individually and together can really work at both national and European level to achieve impacts on the ground. NHRIs together can input to European laws and policy, mirroring that on the national level. So, for example, at the EU level, we have done so on the SLAPS directive and all of these consultations that are coming up on civil society space, democracy shield, etc. At the Council of Europe, we've been involved in standard setting, including the Committee of Ministers' recommendation on civil society space and its review to make sure it stays on the agenda of the member states. We also bring third-party interventions before the court. And fundamentally, our priority is to strengthen regional protection mechanisms so that civil society, human rights defenders, including NHRIs, can get support from the regional level. So I will conclude. I'll conclude with challenges and opportunities. Everything that I've said has a prerequisite that there are strong and independent NHRIs across Europe. And sadly, there are more and more threats against NHRIs. I spoke of the Slovakian NHRI speaking out against the Foreign Agents Law, and the institution was attacked as a result. ENRI provides support. Civil society provides support for NHRIs in these contexts. But really, there needs to be stronger support, including from the European level. In the meantime, ENRI is working on resilience to try and build up these institutions so they can be as strong as possible for the difficult times ahead. Opportunities, I come back to strategic planning. And really, the motivation of our membership is inspiring. And to give you a snapshot, really, they are looking at building a better understanding and feeling of the benefits of rule of law. accountability, including through supporting civil society, strong NHRIs, and as I said, they cannot work alone. So I really hope we'll have an opportunity to build alliances, and I look forward to working together to face these difficult times that we'll face ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koller, for giving us this broad picture on how the roles of human rights institutions can also differ. We heard two interventions focusing more on the supranational level. Now we will move and talk about human rights institutions, their role more in the context of Poland. And I think your intervention, Ms. Koller, is a good bridge to our third intervener, Mr. Wiącek, who can speak more about the role of Polish ombudsman instrument that this institution has.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a big privilege for me that I have an opportunity to participate in this panel with such a distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Polish legislation, the cooperation of Ombudsman Office with NGOs is a legal duty because 25 years ago the Ombudsman Act was amended and the new provision was implemented in the Ombudsman Act, according to which it is an obligation for, is a duty for ombudsperson to cooperate with associations, civic movements, and other voluntary organizations. So this is not a matter of goodwill or personal belief of an ombudsperson, but it is a legal obligation. And of course, every ombudsperson has the right to develop their own vision of this cooperation, to fulfill the legal duty, this legal duty in line with their own values and priorities. So I would like to share with you, say a few words about how me together with my team, how we understand and implement this cooperation. And at first, I would like to underline that we have a platform for cooperation with NGOs. It is called Our Ombudsman, Nasz Rzecznik, Our Ombudsman. It is the initiative of the Federation of Non-Governmental Organizations, and we have regular meetings with representatives of our ombudsman with this organization, and thanks to NGOs. We have access, we have reliable reports, we have a lot of legal opinions, comprehensive legal opinions, and that thanks to this cooperation we are able to understand various perspectives, and in practice, we often wait even for the NGOs for their statements and opinions before we prepare our own statement. This is because then we are familiar with the broader context of a case, and we are certain that we don't overlook any problem. And that also strengthens the legitimacy of our activity. This is my opinion. Second thing that I would like to, second issue that I would like to underline is that we observe that often, in certain cases, people don't realize that their problems stem from deeper systemic causes. So there are some problems that very rarely show up in people's complaints, and we, thanks to NGOs, we can uncover and describe these problems. I mean, in particular, issues related with climate protection and energy transformations. Why? People often don't realize that their problems like pollution, drought, rising energy bills, that they are rooted in legal systemic causes, and that's why we may intervene also on the inspiration of NGOs in these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the area that is very particularly close to my heart is the cooperation with organizations representing people with disabilities. This is not just my personal commitment, but this is a duty under the United Nations Convention for the Rights of People with Disabilities, because convention obliges public authorities to include the voices of NGOs representing people with disabilities in decision-making process. And in practice, this duty is often not fulfilled by politicians, by the government or the parliament. So it should be taken up by the ombudsman. So in my office, I appointed special representative, dedicated representative for the rights of people with disabilities, and last year I also invited people with disabilities and experts and we established the Council for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and we prepared a lot of interventions and statements concerning problems that people with disabilities face every day, and I very appreciate this cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, next thing, since 2021 we have a very disturbing situation on Polish-Belarusian border, and humanitarian and refugees crisis on Polish-Belarusian border. In that region, where serious human tragedies take place, who is on the ground? NGOs and people who not only offer humanitarian aid, but also provide us with critical information. And frequently NGOs, activists alert our office when there is a risk of human rights violations, in particular where there is a risk for people being pushed back without a fair asylum procedure, which is contrary to the European Court of Human Rights case law. And thanks to these alerts and thanks to this cooperation, ongoing cooperation that we have with NGOs who are active on Polish-Belarusian border, we may intervene at border guard posts, we can ask for explanations, we can follow up on specific cases, and we have stable and ongoing cooperation with people who are there on the ground on Polish-Belarusian border. And one more thing I would like to emphasize, that we observe that often people who wish to express their concerns towards the state, the authority, come together to form an association, and that group becomes, one may say, a collective voice towards the authorities. And I would like to show you one example. And I mean, people affected by Swiss franc bank loans. Because people who were affected by this activity of banks, they created a number of associations. And these joint efforts helped them to bring public and judicial attention the scale of this problem, and of course the injustice of many contracts. And thanks to these associations and the cooperation with this association was established by my predecessor, Professor Adam Bodnar, and we are continuing this cooperation. And thanks to this cooperation, the case law was created, not only the case law of Polish courts, but also the case law of European Union Court of Justice concerning the protection of people affected by banks and other financial institutions. So maybe to just to finish, and these are only a few examples of our cooperation with NGOs, and I believe that one of the duties of ombudsman, of every ombudsman, is to foster the dialogue between citizens and authorities and the state. And that duty may not be, and that aim may not be achieved without the participation of NGOs and without the cooperation, ongoing cooperation of the ombudsperson and the ombudsperson's office with the NGOs. So I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts and opinions and questions. Once again, thank you for the invitation. It is a privilege for me to be here. Thank you.
Mr. Ombudsman, if I may ask one short question, Ms. Koller, she singled out one important function that our Polish institution of ombudsman has. She mentioned strategic litigation. Would you agree about that? And maybe could you give example of? I
agree, but there is one problem, because the so-called strategic litigation, it means that the ombudsman may enter into court procedure and, for example, present amicus curiae opinion. And of course, this is a very important duty of Polish ombudsman, with one reservation, because we and the ombudsman, we may not participate in criminal procedure. And a lot of we have a lot of complaints, also the complaints from NGOs that are related with criminal procedure or prosecutor's procedure, preparatory procedure. And me as the ombudsman, I may not provide these people with sufficient assistance, because according to the Ombudsman Act and according to the Constitution, the ombudsman may not join a criminal procedure. And for example, now we have the very broadly commented criminal case, so-called Hajnówka 5. So these are people who are activists on Polish-Belarusian border and who are charged with the providing of humanitarian aid. And and it is a problem for the ombudsman, and it is a problem for the ombudsman office, because I do not have power I do not have competence to familiarize with files of this case. So I may not express my opinion on this case, since I don't know the details, and I don't have legal basis for intervention in this case. So this is, of course, and this is a problem. And I think that the Ombudsman Act, the legislation, could be amended in a way that the Ombudsman could be empowered to join preparatory preparatory procedure and criminal procedure.
Thank you for this clarification as well. And our fourth panelist is Minister Katarzyna Kotula. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to thank you very much for this invitation. I want to express my great thanks to the Minister of Justice, Adam Bodnar, but also to the Ministry of Justice. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to take part in this panel. And now I'm thinking I'm the only one representing the government. Is it good or bad? I don't know yet. We'll see at the end of this panel. If I will be running out of this room, you will know that maybe my job was the most difficult one. So, but I think I would like to, I made some notes listening to all the great speakers before me, and I have many different thoughts, but there are few things I want to express, regardless of whether they stick to the topic exactly or not. So first of all, when it comes to government players here in this topic, we are definitely limited by political decisions, and this is true, and we all know that. Whether we are limited in the sense that we cannot do anything, or whether we are limited in the sense that maybe there's something we can do, it depends probably on the minister, on the area that you're working on, etc. But definitely the difference between ministers, politicians, even me as a minister of equality, and the ombudsman is that the ombudsman voices are independent, they can be louder, they can be stronger, and they have greater impact. And we need them. We politicians need them. When I became the Minister of Equality and we traveled during the Polish presidency, we were in March in New York. We met, for example, with the CEDA committee, and we talked with the Commission about CEDA, and we asked them, precisely the Department for Equal Treatment in the Prime Minister's office, asked the representative of CEDA, could you send us the question and the request to give you the report, right? And they told us it's the first time ever that a government is saying, we want to report on something that we know we are not doing great. I mean, we know we will not get an A or a 6+, right? We'll probably get a 2 or a 3 if we will show them that there are some changes happening. But for me, as for the Minister of Equality, because when I look at the geopolitical landscape, I definitely see on the European level, we have a new wave of backlash right now. And the Polish presidency is taking part at a time that I call personally the window of opportunity. Will we as Poland use this window of opportunity as long as it's open, or will it close before we make those changes? It's up to us. And I remind my colleagues in the government that this window is not open forever, because the backlash that we were facing for so many years, that we were fighting for so many years, that the civil society was fighting and doing a great job with the support of the ombudsman, also with the support of Minister Adam Bodnar and today's ombudsman. I mean, it can close. If it closes and we do not make the changes, well, we will probably have to leave our offices. That's at least what will happen. But what's important? Because the reality of being in a government can be different depending on who you're sitting in the government with. You are looking for allies. You need partners in crime. And those partners in crime can definitely be ombudsmen. we can rely on their opinion, on the reports, because, as I said, they they are independent and they can be stronger. We are working on the legislation right now on the civil partnership. We are working on a governmental legislation, and of course, not everyone in the government agrees that it's necessary, although we have 3 verdicts of the European courts, and it's obvious they oblige Poland to change the law. We can use the opinions that we received from the Ombudsman as an argument to change it. So I think that the role of this Ombudsman institutions can be diverse. And we definitely, as politicians, need their voices, their strong reports, their opinions, because they are, I would say, they are like a lighthouse and they're guiding the way. I'm thinking also that we are at a point in time where the Polish civil society, because participation in the process is very important for my department. So from the beginning, for drafting this legislation, we engaged the NGOs, the civil society. We knew it wouldn't be easy because probably they would want more from us, but we were able to sit down and for hours and through many meetings talk about how this legislation should be drafted. And we know that they are also at a point that when looking at them, I call a moment of redefining their role. Because it used to be different during the 8 years, and it's different probably now. They're looking for their places and spaces. And my role as a Minister of Equality also to push the changes through is to look for the alliances on the side of the Ombudsman, of the offices, of the institutions, European institutions when I need them, but also on the other side of the civil society. But sometimes it's best to join forces all together. So definitely what we rely on are the open statements, the documents which guide us when it comes to the legislation that we are drafting, whether it's minorities' rights, whether it's women's rights, combating gender-based violence or domestic violence. This is the kind of cooperation that we need. But also, I think that in the parliament and also as politicians working in the government, we need to assure that the independent ombudsman officers have the tools, and the tools are the money also. So this is our role to support them. This is one of the ways we can support them, and by fighting for those tools that they need to work well and also to assist us. I was thinking about when before I was a minister, I was an MP, but before that I was just an activist working in the fields of access to abortion. And I was traveling all around Europe, always saying that what happened in Poland can happen anywhere. And for many, I would say months or years, I remember being in Germany, but also Norway, some in Sweden and other countries, people said that's pretty much impossible. And then they overturned Roe versus Wade. And we realized it's not only possible in Europe, it's possible on the other side of the globe. And I think now that before the member states, the European member states, there is this challenge to really decide that the standards that we need to have, that also are standards set by the institution and ombudsman, have to be created here in Europe, and we have to stick to them. Because from my perspective, on the priority list during the presidency, I have the Equality Treatment Directive. It's a directive that has been discussed for over 17 years, and pretty much nobody believes there are any more chances. But I was looking for allies, and I hear some countries in Europe saying, we just need to defend what we won. That's enough. The countries that are saying that are the countries that have a higher standard. We still do not have this standard. So when I talk to my friends in Europe and other ministers, I use the word solidarity, which is a very important word in Poland. And I always say, think in terms of solidarity when it comes to some kind of legislation. Or it's not enough to fight to keep what we won. But we need to push forward, and I know that I can count on the European institutions, and I want to thank for that, because I think for years we in Poland felt that there are institutions, agencies, committees on the European level that we can always count on, that will help us to push the standard a little bit higher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for mentioning this example of same-sex unions. Obviously, this is an important topic of your work. Right now, actually, you mentioned that it's the most intense time right now when you work on the project of the law. But it's also an important example, as you said, of cooperation between the civil society and ombudsman office and finally government, because for many years there were no discussions with the government on the issue, only with the ombudsman office, first with Mr. Adam Bodnar, then of course Mr. Wiącek supports the idea. So we can see how it finally has a chance to flourish into the law thanks to mutual cooperation right now of government, ombudsman, civil society. So it should be like this in ideal world, of course, but we are in different moments over history, of course, and sometimes it takes time to achieve a moment like now. So thank you for mentioning that. So we heard 4 interventions, I think extremely interesting. And now there's a time for your questions, please.
Yes, thank you, Carlota Bezos from Civil Society Europe. I just wanted to raise an issue about the follow-up of the decision, for example, of the ombudsman and other bodies, because, for example, at European, and it's true at all levels, but for example, at what regards the European Ombudsman, we've seen, unfortunately, a decrease in the follow-up by the institutions of the observations and the reports, the recommendation of the European Ombudsman through different inquiries and so on. And it's a concern because as civil society, not only for rule of law issue, but also because it discourages really civil society organizations and individuals to bring complaints on maladministration. And also some of the alternatives are also problematic. For instance, in what regards access to documents, there is a possibility to go to court. But this is not only a long process, and then we face also the issue that sometimes the institution might use private lawyers to deal with it, and then we might have to bear the cost, and sometimes it's volunteers from organizations of staff that have to do that. So I think it's really a common concern, and I just wanted to ask how to work together in order to improve this situation. Thank you.
I think we'll gather questions and comments, and then you can respond. Yes, please.
Łętowska. Ja byłam ombudsmanem pierwszej kadencji.
I used to be the first ombudsman during the first term. So let me give you some remarks to the ombudsman of the 8th term. Okay, I'll need to wait for a bit for everyone who needs their headset. I've just checked it. In Article 13, 14, and 15 of the law on the Ombudsman's Office, there is a list of competences that the Ombudsman can use, even if there are no procedural means. When I was the first Ombudsman of the first term, I had a similar situation, like I was not competent as the Ombudsman to, for example, react to some cases of maladministration. But even if you cannot, you can organize a campaign or a press conference to explain to everyone that what the authorities are doing is not right. Sometimes you can really take a stand in cases where you don't have the competence and then you can apply to competent authorities, and they will have to answer to you that you are not competent. But you're showing or showcasing this to the general public. So I'm suggesting to the ombudsman that if you are sometimes not competent, or sometimes the procedure doesn't say clearly that you are competent as the ombudsman, try to be more inventive and try to put pressure here and there, collaborating with journalists, collaborating with NGOs, because, you know, an ombudsman can, for example, go to the prosecutor's office asking, please explain why you took this or that position. You can always inquire about any case before any institution. Always you can inquire about the progress. So limiting yourself only to expressis verbis competences, don't confine yourself to this, because these things do not exhaust all the possibilities that as ombudsman you have at your disposal. Thank you so much, Madam Professor, and I think our current ombudsman will soon respond.
For the moment, no, so maybe, Pan Professor.
Szanowni Państwo, ladies and gentlemen, I have a question to Mr. Ombudsman and to Minister for Equality, because I remember that we had this debate in Poland also with participation of Professor Pudzianowska a number of times regarding what should be like the final stage of the development of ombudsman institutions in Poland, and whether we should have a separate equality body or whether we should strengthen ombudsman. But then if we go this way, there is a question of intervention of the ombudsman in cases relating to private bodies. And we have this famous case of the printing house and that was refusing to print LGBT-related posters, and the ongoing legal saga concerning this. And my question is whether we are already at the stage of discussing how we should more or less finalize in Poland this situation. Is there any thinking regarding this in the Ministry for Equality? And the second question, which is more, I would say, pan-European, is whether is there any follow-up to this discussion at the EU level about strengthening equality bodies, because it was regarded by Věra Jourová as a measure to strengthen all the institutions in Europe. So because European Union does not have competence as such to regulate national human rights institutions or equality bodies, national human rights institutions or ombudsman bodies, but it has a power to regulate issues concerning discrimination. So the adoption of different measures at times of Věra Jourová was suggested, was thought as a way to improve the status of equality bodies in different EU member states. So in respect to some of them, it was related to the ombudsman institution. So is there any discussion concerning this going on these days? Because my feeling is that it might have certain impact on this cooperation also with the civil society and supporting civil society by ombudsman or equality bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose you reply in reverse order. So we start with Ms. Minister Katarzyna Kotula.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this question. It's true that there's a directive, actually there are two directives about equality bodies. So before the discussion, answering your question directly, is we are before the discussion about how the system should be structured. The structure of the system simply means the division between the Ombudsman Office and the equality institution, which should be independent, should be formally outside of the government. And if we follow this way, if we agree towards the division between the mandate, then we will have to answer the question, that's the question that's before us also, what is the role of the plenipotentiary probably, right? Because if the mandate that I'm having right now was the mandate of the plenipotentiary in the Ministry of Family. So because of a political decision, we have 3 women ministers, and the Minister of Equality is one of them. And of course, when you look at the tools I'm looking for a good word. We're pretty much limited to a department that consists of 8 people working in the Department of Equal Treatment. We received a budget for 2024 from the former government, and the budget was 10,000 euros per year. That was the whole budget for equal treatment, and the Prime Minister was asking me a couple of times whether I didn't lose the zeros. So you can see, I agree absolutely with the idea that this will be the turning point. We visited many countries looking for different systems and different structures because they will apply those directives also. So for example, we visited Germany and met at the Ministry of Family, and we met with the agency combating discrimination, and there were hundreds of workers at the agency. Right? So I know that there were different political ideas about how the office of the Ministry of the Minister of Equality should look like, because we do not have a ministry. But I think, I mean, this discussion is definitely ahead of us. But what will be most important for me is not for this position of the Minister of Equality to be in the government, because I don't think it's most important. The most important idea is to strengthen those bodies that we will decide have to prevail and give them true tools. I think this is the most important thing for me. So, but I hope you will take part in this discussion with the Ombudsman that is also hopefully waiting for this discussion. But as I said, for me, the priority will be to have those structures that will be for real, with tools, of course, with money also, but with people, with everything that they need to be, you know, for equal treatment, to be treated seriously. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Only 8 people, and how much you can achieve, we can say. Yeah, I heard they're extremely well qualified, your team. So congratulations on that. Mr. Ombudsman, please.
Thank you for your comments and for your questions. I would like to answer the question posed by Professor Wałętowska. I think that every ombudsman has the right to understand the principle of independence of its position in their own way. I understand my independence as the ombudsman as the duty to act only within my scope of powers and not to exceed explicit competence that are laid down in the Constitution or in the Ombudsman Act. And that's why if I am asked to comment, to make comments on criminal case or to make comments on criminal charges, I often say that I'm not empowered to do that because I do not have knowledge about the case, because I'm not allowed to ask prosecutor to give me access to files. I can only ask to give me the very general information about the procedure. And I tried this a few times, and it is not sufficient to for me to make comments on the details of criminal charges or of a criminal case. I have access to files in criminal case only where there is a final court judgment, because then the ombudsman may lodge a cassation complaint with the Supreme Court, and only then the ombudsman is allowed to familiarize with all the details of a criminal case. So I know that it may be assessed as controversial, or maybe there are my distinguished predecessors who had their own style of performing this office, yes, this function, but I am very strict about the concept of ombudsman as the independent and apolitical politically independent body. So I act. I'm trying to act only within the scope of powers that are laid down in the Ombudsman Act for my office. And the question of Minister Adam Bodnar, I am of the opinion that a separate equality body should be appointed in Poland, because the broadening of the scope of powers of equality body, in particular consisting in the competence in horizontal issues, yes, between private entities, is not in line with the constitutional position of the Ombudsman. According to Article 80 of Polish Constitution, the main duty of the Ombudsman is to analyze complaints of citizens against the state and public authorities. So it wouldn't be compliant. It wouldn't be in line with this position of the Ombudsman to empower Ombudsman to resolve or to issue decisions or to analyze horizontal disputes, also in the sphere of anti-discrimination law. So that's why I advocate for the idea of establishing a separate, independent, of course, independent equality body other than the Ombudsman Office.
Short advocem?
Yeah. Thank you so much. So you can see, Minister, that we all agree here that definitely this is the way. And so I hope we will also join forces and make a good alliance to make it possible, because we know establishing a new equality body, a new agency or a new institution in so we know how hard it is because of the tools I was saying that are necessary absolutely for this new equality body to really exist in a way that will be satisfactory. We can give it powers. I mean, you can write anything in law, but then you need to give them tools. But I can assure you that the three of us will be working towards an independent equality body in Poland. And I think the plenipotentiary for equal treatment within the government should just be internal. And this is the way, probably. Definitely that's the way I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Koller?
Thank you. I can't speak to the specifics of the Poland national context, but I would like to touch on some European experience in relation to the minister's question. The achievement of the EU directives on standards for equality bodies is incredible, and this will help to protect equality bodies if the backlash deterioration gets worse in rule of law. As the minister was saying, the EU doesn't have the same mandate in terms of no directives on ombuds or NHRIs. I am so glad that the European Ombudswoman is not only strong in herself and the institution, but also has a network, the European network of ombuds, to help to protect them. Now, for NHRIs, there isn't really an equivalent home, and each of these types of institutions do have standards. So I said for NHRIs, there's the UN Paris Principles, there are Venice Principles for ombuds, and then the directives for equality bodies. And I guess if I were to say a few pieces of advice in general for the future, it would be if it's a multi-mandated body, make sure that the highest standards are respected from all these different standards. I would say also suit the national institutional architecture to find out what is best in terms of multiple mandate or dividing up. And I do think it's very important that the EU shows greater recognition of NHRIs and ombuds, perhaps even through a commission recommendation or other ways, because they could be in danger, and that they're an indicator of rule of law, never mind supporting civil society space. So I really hope that something is done at the EU level to help protect them, so that it can have that multiplier effect on human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Ansigno.
Okay, thank you. So much to say, not much time, but what I would like to emphasize is exactly the nature of the European Ombudsman and actually the Ombudsman institutions in general. I like to use this image because normally images stick as the bridge. Ombudsman institutions are observatories, right? Observatories of the state, in my case, observatories of the European institutions, and how the institutions materialize in the lives of the citizens that then come to us with their problems. Most of the times, without even having the notion what the law says. They only have a notion that they were treated unfairly. And this allows me to highlight the uniqueness of our institutions. That is, we reply main and foremost to a notion of material justice. Of course, we depart from the law, but our main goal is exactly the search for justice, for fairness. And we realize a very simple lesson, that is, not everything that is legal is fair, not everything that is fair is legal. And this is the uniqueness of the institutions and why the civil society should come to the Ombudsman institutions. Because we can do this, we can go beyond the law. Sometimes the court cannot do that, but we can, because we look at the fairness and we argument with the institutions about the fairness of many of these situations. And when it comes to access to documents, allow me just to highlight something that is very important. We do have specific competences on that, and it is very important as well in terms of timing, because most of the times when people want access to documents, they want access to documents in a time frame that is not consistent then with the time frame of the European Court of Justice. Nevertheless, it is a topic that is very important also for the office, considering that just 2 weeks ago we launched our annual report, and you can see there that there was an increase of more than 40% of complaints, and most of these complaints, they are directed towards transparency issues and mainly access to documents, which allows me to highlight two important things. A positive note. If the complaints are high, it's because actually this is the result of years of investment in asking citizens to be engaged with Europe and to participate. And they are participating and trying to participate, namely through the access to documents, because it's a way, of course, to guarantee participation, engagement, and trust. But now the negative. The number of complaints, be that the complaints in the Ombudsman office, but also, of course, in the European Court of Justice, they show that more can be done. And I already highlighted that with the relevant stakeholders, and I will continue to do that. And it will remain for me a important and a key priority. But you mentioned also something very important, and it links also with the mentioning of the flexibility of the mandate. We are solution-driven institutions, not problem-focused institutions. And being solution-driven institutions and having as a mandate that is three things: to guarantee that everything abides by the law, that fundamental rights is protected, and there's a respect for the principles of good administration, we can, of course, have a lot of flexibility in our mandate and in guaranteeing that we have the right strategy to guarantee that, well, our recommendations are followed or our proposed for solutions are followed. Of course, trying to choose very well our battles, the ones that we know that we can win and the ones that we cannot. And of course, decide the strategy also along with that, and never give up. And the fact that never give up comes from how strong, how sound the arguments of an office should be. And it is reflected in the importance of independence and impartiality of the office. The independence and impartiality of the office is sustained exactly by the soundness of the arguments of these institutions. And this is so important. This is why I always speak about the bridge. Sometimes people think, oh, there's the citizens' advocates or the institution. No, we are the advocates of democracy, of good administration, and through that, good governance. And our flag is the citizens in reality. And this goes to the benefits of all. That is the civil society, but of course also the institutions. You can never separate that. Of course, that we have to realize something very easy to everyone in this room. Sometimes it's difficult for politicians to say that they were wrong, to admit the error. And these times are very difficult because we are living rapid changing times and with lots of novelties, particularly through the technology. Novelties actually that defy even concepts, as for example, concepts that are difficult to interpret, as security. And they are very important because they can lead us to restrictions. And this is why we need to acknowledge, and also politicians need to acknowledge and have certain kind of humility to address these kind of issues. And to recognize that, well, sometimes it's not a question of error or being wrong. It is a question that, well, life is far more inimaginable than sometimes decision makers can encompass. And there, the ombudsman institutions, again, have a very important role. That is exactly to state that and to guarantee that, well, silently or loudly, that things are changed to the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've reached the end of the panel. Thank you for extremely interesting interventions. Thank you for the discussion, and join me in thanking the panelists again. Thank you very much.
Dear panelists, thank you very much for this interesting conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit late. That's why I want to ask you to stay in the room if you don't want to go out, because we will have like very short break right now, only 5 minutes, and we will begin our panel around 3:25, something like this. Some of our participants have flights and other commitments. That's why I want to ask you for just a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin the 8th and the final panel of our conference, which is entitled The Functioning of Civil Society in Europe, Assessment of the Adopted Solutions, Challenges and Success in Protecting the Rule of Law. What are the key achievements of civil society in Europe in defending the rule of law? Which solutions and mechanisms have been the most effective in promoting democracy and human rights? What challenges does civil society face in different European countries? What lessons can be learned from the past successes and failures in protecting the rule of law? These questions we'll try to answer. Dr. Łukasz Bojarski, board member and co-founder of the Institute for Law and Society. Dr. Tea Gelashvili, first deputy director of the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. Professor Ewa Łętowska, retired judge of the Constitutional Tribunal of Poland and the first Polish Commissioner for Human Rights. Marta Pardawi, co-chair of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee. Adriana Porowska, Minister for Civil Society Affairs of Poland. And the panel will be moderated by Michał Wawrykiewicz, advocate and member of the European Parliament.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome all of you. Thank you, Dominika, for doing this job for me. So we need to start very quickly because we have only 1 hour as far as I know, which is 60 minutes. And as far as I am in the European Parliament, usually speaking time is 1 minute. So we have the space for 60 speeches, which seems to be a long time, but I know the reality of the discussion about such an interesting topic. And I think we can also summarize somehow the whole conference about the role of the civil society in the protection of the rule of law. So maybe let's smoothly switch into Polish, ponieważ będę miał pytanie do...
Because I will have a question to Madam Professor Ewa Łętowska as the first panelist to take the floor. And here are my questions. Madam, in your opinion, what factors were at play? Poland 2015. So what factors were at play? How come our civic society has played such a tantamount role in defending democracy, defending rule of law, in creating countermeasures for those anti-liberal populist tendencies in Poland back in 2015? That's my first question. Here is the answer. We had enough time at the onset. We had enough time for the civic society to be honed. The transition progressed with the hope that we are going to create the liberal democracy model in Poland. And right at the start, our transition efforts and, saying goodbye to the old regime, it was all under the banner of liberal democracy, nurtured and cherished and supported by the establishment that came to power back then. Well, myself, as the first ever ombudsman in Poland, my mission, strategic mission, was to support the factors that will support civic society and the rule of law. So, I had enough time. What I'm saying is I had enough time to build this among journalists. Today we have Mr. Bojarski with us. Back then, Mr. Bojarski was a young member of the staff of Helsinki Foundation. I remember our collaboration back then. So, training the journalist, educating journalists. You represent attorneys at law. The Bar Association, other associations, they became independent and they had enough time, right? But the judiciary was dispersed. They didn't have enough time to make it happen. They would need much more time. And until the very day, with all due respect paid to the judiciary and their position, I think they haven't gotten there yet, because it's a function of time and a bit of luck. There was also good luck at play, or lack of good luck. I don't want you to think I'm singing to my own tune as an ombudsman, but no, everybody wanted to have liberal democracy, everyone. But now, Madam Minister, this is not necessarily the case, is it? Because liberal democracy today is not something the establishment would dream of. The establishment dreams of something else. The establishment wants to be facilitated. And, I mean, there's not enough resources for the plethora of initiatives, so now the establishment hopes that the third sector, that the NGOs will do the job for the establishment, and yet they refuse to give support to the NGOs. Let me give you one example. There's frequent complaints that this commission failed. It was a commission that was supposed to expose the irregularities under the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Administration, yes, for the demonstrating public. Well, the reason is, among others, that the establishment would love to take advantage of the NGOs, but they wouldn't be equally eager to support the NGOs. And that's the crux of the problem we're faced with now. And it's a bit of a universal issue, too. The money's short, the budgets are tight. What can we do about it? The government is not ready to give the money, so I guess you should negotiate more. And that was the background of my question to the Ombudsman, to be more active, because I think there is still some leeway in that. Well, maybe I spoke for too long, so thank you. Madam Professor, let me follow up right away, because you said liberal democracy, and I can recall the discussion back in 2018, I believe. There was a panel with Professor Sadurski in the Austrian Institute where we discussed that very subject. What is liberal democracy and illiberal democracy? What do these two mean? I would hate to monopolize this conversation, but it is quite straightforward. Liberal democracy, no. What we had before was the socialist democracy, okay? So that was our status quo. The legacy, that the law is a sword, not a shield. People are socialized to be obedient. The law is not discussed, it's imposed. The law would not promote constitutional complaints, for example. It's a claim that you could trigger yourself. The law is, how should I put it? The law is bestowed upon someone, but it's not exercised. Now, what is democracy? Well, it's about deliberations, it's about serious consultations, it's about transparency, it's about decisions that are justified, it's about not being arbitrary in decision-taking. And it all takes time. Liberal democracy is very time-consuming. It kind of wastes time, so it costs a lot. It's not very convenient or comfortable, but your attorneys at law, right? So it's really great. It's fantastic that Free Courts initiative were standing by. But it was also in your best interest, right? So let's be brutally honest. If there is a law firm and they had the halo of a champion for freedom, well, that is a capital that can be then commercialized. It can be sold on the market, right? Dear all, civic society and the rule of law, they are not innocent. They will flirt with politics. Politics will have a presence there, right? But the key thing is to stick to your own mandate. Be who you are supposed to be. Play the role you're supposed to play. You have allies, but don't sell yourself to your allies. Well, you say that we were wearing a halo and then they could commercialize it. That's something that creates my objection, triggers my objection, but we don't have enough time. Now, Madam Minister, please tell us. Actually, I'm really delighted to say that we have a Minister for Civil Society Affairs here in Poland, in this cabinet. But what is the role that the government should play? Should the government support the civic society at all in the first place? Of course it should. Of course the government should support civic society. But let me just remind you of, and maybe just tell you about myself, something you haven't heard before maybe. But civic society isn't just this wave of commitment we've seen recently on the rule of law and democracy and defense of fundamental rights. Because civic society will include those NGOs who offer basic services for people with disabilities, people who are seniors, people who are in the crisis of homelessness. For 19 years, I used to run such an NGO. So the way I was trained, the way I was educated was by the ombudsman. The people I worked with, they would protest to keep their rights on the agenda. We first had internal discussion, and then those who felt brave enough, they were their own advocates. There was a lot of self-advocacy, lobbying. We also had some sectoral communities for people who were homeless and other vulnerable groups. We would join the efforts, and we would speak on behalf of those who are vulnerable. So it was advocacy and self-advocacy. So yeah, support makes a big difference, but the NGOs comes in all shapes and sizes. Some NGOs offer services to replace the local governments or to be outsourced by self-governments. Central government support is also sectoral support, ministry by ministry. And that line of support, in my humble opinion, should be geared towards innovative solutions, social policy, programming, for example, the institutionalization, right? The support of the Ministry of Justice, all those funds for NGO development. My ministry is quite unique in that it supports the very institution of NGOs. We don't support a single service. We don't support anything tangible. We support the framework for NGOs. I also oversee the National Freedom Institute, and that institute has some projects intended to support NGOs. I've been in position since October, and with a budget amendment, I was able to get 70 million extra, 70 million extra to help those smaller NGOs who had been sidetracked before. Yeah, and I hope that they are the ones who will boost social resilience and social empowerment, the sense of collective interest, the sense of solidarity.
Jedna króciutka uwaga.
If I may make a small comment, I don't know if you realize the fact that we are living today. We are living in times where the law, I mean, in the past, the law was treated seriously, or at least people pretended to be treating it seriously because people who are in power were ashamed to be possibly seen as breaking the law. But now, no one is ashamed of many things anymore. And today, the law is sometimes used to label certain people or phenomena. So, for example, when you, Madam Minister, talk about supporting organizations that talk about rule of law and so on, well, you have to remember that there are many things that are labeled as such, but they are not the thing. And in Hungary, I mean, Hungarians, Anders Shayo describes it very nicely, ruling by cheating, in his book. Ruling by cheating is ruling, using the law to rule, but actually using labels, using words, you know, sort of differently. So if the establishment has a certain amount of money in the budget and divides money that's not enough, and playing with labels, playing with words, and then they start concessioning or giving money to those beneficiaries who they like, who the power likes, and labeling it however they want.
Imposed a brisk pace. So Marta, Hungarian perspective, but not only Hungarian perspective. We are discussing about European perspective. So two questions. I have just finished the mission to Budapest, to Hungary, on Article 7, and I need to say that I'm really devastated about, after these few days in Budapest, after these meetings that we had, and the situation that you are in. even if still I see the hope for Hungary for the next year. Tell me how the civil society survived after 15 years of these devastating violations, and what is your perspective when it comes to effectiveness of the European tools? Is the European Union and their institutions effective enough or not? Do we need to improve this toolbox or not? What is your perspective?
Thank you. And thank you very much, Minister Bodnar, for organizing this. And I have to congratulate you and your team. I've been coming to Poland for quite a while. I think you are the person I've known the longest, maybe. But if not Lukasz, then it's Adam Bodnar in his many roles. And it's always one of the reasons I think we don't like to think of surviving. We think of working, right? We desire thriving. But certainly one of the reasons is because of this European solidarity. Having strong bonds, networks across borders and sectors has been, I think, key. And one of this has been through collecting a lot of Polish friends and also doing a lot of things together, particularly in the field of rule of law. First of all, of course, with our natural go-to cousins, the Helsinki Foundation, but over time with so many other great Polish activists, judges associations, and now people also in government. So I'm quite thrilled to be here knowing that the people who have genuinely put in so much effort for rule of law protection are now able to realize it through their public sector possibilities. The fact that there is this conference happening today is quite exemplary, right? And also I have to congratulate the Polish EU Council presidency, because there's a conclusion out there that perhaps has not been mentioned so far, just passed on March 7, about funding for work to promote the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And this already has very important language on funding for human rights defenders and the importance that they do. So this is of course a key question. Funding, we've talked a lot about that, but I also want to talk a little bit about what civil society is doing when it's promoting, protecting, responding to the rule of law challenges. We talked a lot about how civil society action looks like in crisis. We know that from Poland and Hungary, but increasingly more and more countries within the European Union and of course beyond are experiencing crisis modes, crisis to the rule of law. And so we know quite well what kind of actions people and organizations take. They go on protesting, they do all sorts of actions. This is very visible. But sometimes the rule of law also needs to be promoted and responded to in what we could call fair weather situations. And thankfully, hopefully, this is still going to be the most of the European Union space. Although I have to say this is definitely no longer an East-West issue, and particularly the last few months, the transatlantic evolutions and the US administration steps really show how there is a globalized market for illiberal populist ideas that really catch like wildfire. So what does fair weather action look like? And some of this actually does revolve around funding, but not on the way that NGOs need funding, but how they engage with European Union funding. The reason I bring this up is because as a Hungarian civil society organization, along with many colleagues, we've been very engaged with monitoring rule of law adherence, judicial independence, anti-corruption, media freedom, civil society space, not only for the annual rule of law reports to contribute to that, but also because certain huge amounts of European Union funding have been made inaccessible because of the Hungarian government's corrupt rule of law undermining practices. And so civil society plays a real key role here. The Commission has the ability and the task to monitor the developments, but obviously the resources there are limited. You need hands, eyes, experts on the ground. And civil society, along with academics and journalists, delivers on this. So this is what rule of law action needs to look like, I think, everywhere. Also, when it comes to not only monitoring funding conditionalities, but just how EU funds are spent. So when the European Union has decided that EU funds must be spent also in a way that promotes the European Union's Charter of Fundamental Rights, you need a lot of people, organizations engaged on this, and civil society organizations in many EU member states have the opportunity to engage. This, of course, has a lot of preconditions, not only the legal framework, but also the capacity of civil society to deliver on this, but this is crucial. And this is somehow not standard practice across the EU. So if we want to sort of task ourselves as civil society, I would say, let's get more organizations involved in rule of law work, because this is a key issue. Now, investing in this is going to be a major challenge. I think the SERVE program is something that's a great initiative. We need to, going forward, to keep that investment, to make it last and to make it grow. And particularly when we think about Europe having to invest in its own security, we also need to think of not only the hard security, but also what security means for citizens. It means also rule of law. It means organizations that can be trusted to help you. So civil society space and rule of law investment, I think, should be very key when we think about security investments. And this will be challenging, and we need to keep hammering this out. Another thing, third thing, just the sort of fair weather action. When it comes to the rule of law reports, I think there is a growing trend for civil society organizations to contribute, but in many member states it's still mostly judges, academics, and legal professionals associations who care about this issue. But what about every other human rights related organization or social organization that will depend on a rule of law architecture? They also need to get on board, but they also need to be given access. And when it comes to funding, we still don't have this kind of structured, smooth, clear, transparent access that is provided under the annual rule of law report. So I would also call for thinking about ways for the Commission, but not only from member states, to make sure that there is space for civil society to put these concerns forward, to have this citizen involvement, engagement in a transparent, welcomed way that will also shield them against repressive measures. I'll stop here, and maybe there'll be time.
Yeah, but one additional question about the effectiveness of the European tools, because I'm very much interested in your perspective, your Hungarian perspective. We have infringement proceedings, we have preliminary rulings, we have Article 7, we have conditionality mechanisms, we have funds frozen, we have many, many instruments that were used by the Commission, by the Council, by the Parliament, and still no reaction from the government in many spaces.
You in Poland know this very well. You need local citizens to care about democracy, and anything else comes to as a supplementary add-on. But this supplementary tools, resources are key because they can fortify citizen action. So the funding, the transparent consultation mechanisms, the dialogue with European institutions in a way that is unhindered, not like when my colleague gets invited to the European Parliament's Libe or budget and Cont committee meetings, and there is a Hungarian MEP who would have wanted to have him taken off the experts list so that he would not be able to address the European Parliament. We need to insist that civil society has a voice and it's legitimate. So this kind of interventions, I think, are helping Hungary on the long term. On the short term, we need citizens caring about corruption, and I see that happening. So surveys clearly show that people have been aware of high-level corruption that has come through a captured state, but they are also now this year, I think, demanding something to be done about it. It's very clear to Hungarian citizens that it's because of government-induced corrupt practices that EU funds are not flowing. Therefore, if there was less corruption, there would be more resources. I think this is clear. But it certainly takes people on the ground, as it's usually said, but I would say civil society caring about rule of law, everybody knowing that this is crucial. It's like oxygen for our democracy.
Thea, the question to you about the role of these huge international organizations like the one that you represent, OSCE. What is the role? What is your assessment? What is the role of these huge organizations in a turbulent time, but also during the good weather times?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, really, I mean, I was following very closely all the discussions, and indeed, I would like to agree and echo some of those points that has been already mentioned and raised, and in particular, I mean, looking into the security aspect and not to look into like the hard security, but rather, I don't like to use that word soft security because I truly believe that human rights as such, I mean, it has to be mainstreamed and integrated when we're discussing and in the discourse about the security and safety, which is the most important aspects, I mean, for the well-being, I mean, of people we serve. But from this, I mean, big intergovernmental perspective, regional intergovernmental perspective, of course, I mean, when we're discussing the issues, I mean, it's clear and it's obvious that the space for the civil society is shrinking. And of course, I mean, we are witnessing a huge democratic backsliding alongside the huge gender backsliding. I mean, which of course, I mean, is another criteria and another, I mean, sign of the situation that might be deteriorated even more. And of course, I mean, in the region in particular that encompasses 57 participating states where we're talking and discussing about, you know, like a war that are happening, that I mean, after the Taliban took over, which is, of course, I mean, the Afghan component that we are time to time forgetting, but which has quite an impact on the Central Asia region, I mean, coming. And of course, I mean, if you look into this, I mean, a broader, I mean, issues and understanding, of course, I mean, have an impact on our region. Of course, the role of the pan-European legal order is becoming more and more important. However, it has to be noted that it's quite limited because it depends and it's as efficient, as effective as its member or participating states are able to uphold their, whether legal or political commitments as such. And of course, from our OSCE ODIHR perspective, it's crystal clear that we are witnessing a democratic backsliding. We are witnessing the shrinking space of the civil society. And therefore, we truly believe that we have to become even more ardent supporters and guardians, I mean, in order to protect the rights, in particular of the human rights defenders, which represent a very important, let's say, a pillar of the broader understanding of the civil society, in particular those in exile. And in that regard, we are working very closely, of course, I mean, developing a number of policy documents and working closely on this. Apart from this, I think that one of an important tool is to continue to engage into the dialogue, I mean, with the participating states, because, I mean, this so-called quiet diplomacy that might also bring some added value in those discussions, because, again, I mean, if you look from this regional intergovernmental perspective, the efficiency and effectiveness of the operation is very much limited and dependent on the willingness of its member states to take part. And, of course, importance for them to understand that the civil critical voices are understood and heard, not perceived as a criticism and something to be abandoned. Because, I mean, we all know that something that democracy is not, you know, just it doesn't happening in one day or in 1 month, and something that everything requires a lot of efforts to be invested. And this particular case, we need to continue working now on this quite extensively. So it's extremely in a nutshell, but I'm happy to answer any additional, I mean, questions or participate in further deliberation.
Thank you. And the last, but definitely not least, Łukasz, When we are looking at the topic of the panel, challenges and successes in the defense of the rule of law, of course, successes of the civil society. You are here present as a part of the civil society within these first years of the constitutional coup d'etat in Poland, and then you left to Norway, and you were describing the role of civil society. What is your assessment when it comes to successes of the civil society in Poland? And not only in Poland, also in Hungary and other places where the rule of law was attacked.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I have a presentation, couple of slides, so if we can start it. Okay, so it's just a title. I wanted to start with, I'm the last one, everybody's looking at the watch. I wanted to start with something different, with a moment of celebration. Because there are a number of problems. We are all people who are dedicated to solve the problems, trying to solve the problems. But we should also remember that we should also celebrate if there's opportunity. And in my deep, deep understanding and personal opinion, I think that what has happened in Poland during those 8 years, 2015 and 2023, is a big success of civil society and other groups of society working together. I mean, we managed to slow down and finally to stop this rule of law backsliding. We managed to wake up many people, and we managed to start different really interesting processes, and now we should just focus on continuing pressure and kind of developing it further and further. But I think it's really big success story. Of course, there are a number of things we are still frustrated about, etc., etc. Nothing has changed just like this with the, I don't know, new people in the government or whatever, political processes. But it's really very important to take this moment and appreciate. And I wanted to show you kind of framework, two quotations from 2016 and 2024. And from 2016, this is a quotation of the citizens, and groups of citizens, the number of civil society organizations went to the extraordinary Congress of Judges that was organized in 2016. It was the first such a big conference of judges. Almost 10% of judges came to Warsaw, over 1,000 people, to try to think about the strategy, what to do vis-à-vis this direct attack on judicial independence. And this is what citizens wrote to them. As representatives of civic organizations monitoring the state of the judiciary, but above all, as citizens, we understand the fundamental importance of genuine judicial independence. We pledge to defend it. We expect the legislative and executive branches to respect the judiciary and to refrain from any actions that could undermine its independence or place pressures on judges. But from you, the judges, we expect the protection of our constitutional rights and freedoms and the civil courage to uphold justice in a truly independent manner. So on the one hand, the pledge to defend judicial independence, but on the other hand, expectations that you will defend us as well. And here is the second quotation. It's from 2024, and it's from judges to citizens this time. So this is after 2023, after the change. And this is the part of the resolution of the Ordinary Assembly of Delegates of the Association of Polish Judges, Justitia. And what judges say is, our deepest gratitude goes to the citizens, women and men, who stood up in defense of free courts and ensured they were not taken over by politicians. In moments when our hopeful victory was slipping away, we could always count on you. This is a great responsibility we carry into the future. We will not forget it, and we will not stop striving to build a modern, effective, and independent judiciary. One that the people of Poland truly deserve. And those are just fragments of statements, yes? on special occasions. But everybody who knows, who follows the interaction, the communication in between the civil society and the judiciary over the decades, recognizes and understands that this is really something special on both sides, and especially on the side of the judges, who learn to appreciate the efforts of the civil society. I don't have time to talk about it in details, but in one of my papers, I formulated hypotheses that I was trying to prove, and 3 of them. And one of them is that in order to preserve and defend the rule of law, judicial independence, including individual rights and freedoms, in the face of brutal political and unlawful attack on those values, cooperation between citizens and the judiciary is essential. And I believe it deeply. It's why I called this paper "Judges with Citizens, Citizens with Judges: Polish Model of Defending the Rule of Law." So I even think that we can call it Polish model. Collaboration, common effort of judges and the judiciary. So I think it's absolutely crucial. And since this panel is about the civil society, I decided to read it out loud. The second hypothesis is that what happened in Poland during those 8 years was unprecedented and brought collaboration between judges and citizens in defense of the rule of law, largely due to earlier years of sustained efforts and cooperation between civic and judicial organizations. During 2015-23, this collaboration took on a new and deeper significance. It didn't happen just like this. Sitting here, Professor Ewa Łętowska was seeding the seeds, was planting these seeds years ago. So the whole kind of movement of opening judiciary, of coming closer to the citizens, of treating it less as just a power and more like a public service. It all took years and a lot of effort. So it's not really easy. It needs preparation. And the third hypothesis is that the Poland experience with citizen-judiciary relationship between those years is both significant and innovative, representing an important contribution to the global history of the judiciary. And I've studied different movements in different countries and engagement of lawyers in different kind of revolutions, resistance, etc., etc. And it deserves thorough analysis and wider dissemination. So there is no time to go into details, just a couple of photos for you to remember from Poland. This is how it started. The Minister of Justice, member of the National Council of the Judiciary, when asked by the Council, "What are your plans for reforms?" he said, "The reforms are going to be deep and fundamental." Full stop. That was official answer of the minister to the National Council of the Judiciary. Same time on the public television, he said, "The reform is ready, but it will be announced only after solving the problem with the Constitutional Tribunal." So this is showing the kind of strategy. And this is a hate campaign against judges. An elderly woman with diabetes ate a 15-cent candy bar in a store and was convicted by the judge, by the court. This is Packing Constitutional Tribunal. This is citizens already preparing the memes, because this is the night when the president took an oath from the new appointed packed judges to the Constitutional Tribunal. There are no official photos from this ceremony. So this is all you can see. It says, "I swear." So this is it. When the government...
Łukasz, you are escaping from my questions. Thank you for your lecture, but we need to give the floor to other participants. We do not have time more for the rest of the lecture.
Citizens protesting, judges protesting, just slides. It was something unusual, and it was even one thing.
Thank you.
You.
Yeah, but for me, it's important to open the floor for those who are willing to ask the question or short remarks. Yes, before we get back to us, to our panelists, for the last remarks at the end of our panel. Is there anyone that who want to take the floor?
I have to confess that was so emotional that I started crying, so my voice is a little broke. Thank you for this panel. It was a deep moment for me. I wanted to come back to a small point. Is it working? Yes. And that is the point of money, the point of resources. It came up over and over again. So it needs that the civil society needs money, and you conveyed to us that is a very critical point at the moment. So what I'm telling to you now is something that is discussed in a parallel community, and that is the community that goes against Amazon, that goes against Meta, that goes against Microsoft, that goes against Musk. And so if we want to stand up to those, we need in Europe an independent platforms for our IT, and that also takes civil society organizations. Yeah, so how to pay for them? And they have one idea, and I think that is something that might be helpful here too, and it is something on which you can build. So far, most people have requested that the money has to come from the state, but that comes with 100 problems that I don't need to explain to you. So there is one alternative, and it is an alternative that you have already in Polish law, as in many other countries. So it might be that citizens give a certain amount of their taxes to organizations of the third sector. That is consequential, because the third sector serves the public interest, as does the state. So it is the logic of taxes. Today, it's a very small amount, but that amount could be a bigger one, and the beauty of that is that it gives agency to citizens. So they have to decide which kind of organizations should support the public interest. And and since the minister said that he will be talking to the Minister of Finance, and that these are things that could be brought to the European level, not least, and with that I close, as we know, civil society is in European constitutional law. It's in Article 11 of the Treaty on European Union, precisely for the activity from Central Europe. Now, with that article in the treaties, I think you can push for that the European Commission puts it into the European framework, pushing for that line of financing of civil society in institutions, and I think that could help a little bit. Yeah, and thank you for having me. It was a great thing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we have Mr. Bodnar.
Well, let me share a comment on what Madam Professor Łętowska said. It takes a lot of civil courage to say anything after Professor Ewa Łętowska, but I think I need to defend what Madam Minister Porowska has been doing. You are a member of government. Yes, madam. Yes, professor. But I really have to say it out loud. Indeed, currently we've been responsible for distributing public funds. That is a part of our mandate. Madam Minister, she spoke about civic society, National Freedom Institute. We are getting ready for those competitions, for the infamous Justice Fund. But we want to keep it as transparent as can be in any procedure, transparent, with integrity. We want to make sure that no one can ever raise an allegation that public funds have been abused or misused, not in line with the mission, not for a worthy cause, with proper competitive rules. Why do I say it's a comment to Madam Professor Łętowska? Well, the professor spoke about labeling, and you mentioned Andras Shayo, ruling by cheating. Well, it so happens that I am familiar with that book. I did read it, and I think Professor Shayo had something else in mind. He said that under the disguise of using formalistic correctness arguments, you end up cheating. So you allocate or assign the money to those who should not have gotten it just because they are politicized. So it's like a hidden nepotism and hidden corruption. So on paper, everything is nice and rosy, but the undercurrent is that we all know who has to win that tender, where the money should end up, and who will benefit from it at the end of the day. So, I mean, that's at least my impression. That's what Marta Pardafi was referring to, that we have the NGOs to expose this, to monitor the situation, and to improve transparency and anti-fraud measures. So I would actually speak with a bit of caution. Let's not use that theory that was honed 2 or 3 years ago for one thing. Let's not use it with reference to the efforts that have been taken recently with the best intentions in mind and with good faith, integrity, and transparency. Thank you. Madam Professor, you always have a right to speak back. You may be whiter than snow, but you will never escape vilification. I mentioned Shia because Shia talks about labeling in a very broad sense of the word. I did not mean to comment on the current cabinet and its effort. I did not. But nevertheless, the problem of being true to your role is not an easy one. With the best intentions in the world, you may create an impression or perception, and the Court of Justice, Luxembourg Court of Justice, has been vocal about it. You can have the best intentions in the world, but the public perception is different. And it's also a comment about Łukasz Bojarski and his intervention. I couldn't agree more with the statement that the judges with the society with the judges, the citizens, the judges, yes, it's all true. But are you sure, sir, that the society puts their confidence in the judges? Are you sure that there is trust? Not always. And the judges must understand it, that sometimes they are doomed to fail, sometimes for a good reasons and sometimes not for a good reason. Now, what is my punchline? This is a meeting that in the spirit of love and peace, right? But let me tell you this. The glass is half full and half empty. It's half full, that's our achievements. For sure, one achievement was the fact that with civic society, we have navigated this first transition. We've navigated it, okay? And the last 18 months has been a political success as well. But we cannot be sure how long it's going to last. We cannot be sure. So is the glass half full, half empty? Don't just look at what makes it half full of what makes it half empty. Look at the dynamics. Is the glass getting fuller by the hour, or is it getting emptier by the hour? And that brings us to the money story. I've been asking myself this question. The achievements of the last 3 decades in Poland, is it rooted deeply enough to make sure that the citizens will stay with the judges will stay with the citizens, the establishment will act in good faith? I'm so sorry, I just didn't include it in my opening interventions. Let me just say this. The risk that's lurking, it's actually lurking somewhere else. Where is it lurking? It's lurking in the absence of communication or the communication gap. We had a Facebook dispute, Mr. Bojarski and I, so we obviously have varying opinions. We now live in the e-society, civic society and e-society. I happen to be an absolute fan of transparency, the new formats, PowerPoint, point power, whatever you want to call it. But we must not confuse, and please mind it, because it's a huge risk when you look at the civic society. We must not confuse this nonchalant, infantile attitude with appropriate information. We miss information. We don't have enough of it. In Poland, at the government level, really what we have is just a tragedy. It's not information. I'm also talking to you, dear sir, dear Mr. Minister. So we must be careful because our roots are still shallow and we must make sure they are fertilized properly.
Of this panel on this conference, I will ask you for final remarks and we'll reverse the order. So Łukasz, please start.
Thank you. I hope that we have some representatives from Denmark here because your presidency is next. If this is the case, I would like to ask you to continue this subject. It's a very important subject, and you are famous for, culture of dialogue, of culture of feedback, which is missing, for example, in this part of country. We don't know how to formulate feedback. We don't know how to receive feedback. And it's very important because now we are also coming into the time of kind of frustration. The solidarity is characteristic for the time of the fight. When we fight against the common enemy, against something, against evil, we come together, etc., etc. When the fight has ended, a lot of frustrations arose, yes? There are judges who are complaining about NGOs, criticizing them again. There are NGOs complaining about judges that they are right now taking political roles in a way that they want to reform the whole country. We defended the country, so now we will rule the country, or at least decide on the most important issues from the legislative point of view, etc., etc. So we have to come back to our roles in this time of, right now, peace in Poland in order to start collaborating together. So we need to really focus on dialogue, at least, and not ad hoc dialogue, something more permanent, on formulating feedback, on knowing each other's ideas, exchanging information, etc., etc. And I think that the Danish presidency could help in this. What is characteristic for the work of the civil society, even we are exceptions from this rule, but what is characteristic is that the civil society is very often project-oriented because you just receive money for the particular project. So even if the project is successful and everybody says, oh, what a successful project. Do you remember a couple of years ago they did this successful project? But there's no continuation. There's no building institutional memory, etc. So here I see the big role for the public sphere, yes? Just to help to support building this institutional memory, etc. And I will end before Michał will stop me. Thank you.
Okay, Thea. Tell me, what will be the future of civil society in this time of turmoil?
Yeah, well, I think that, it's crucial, no question about it. And from this pan-European legal order that I represent today, I think that it's extremely important to continue to advocate them to become the crucial pillar to this democracy, and also continue advocating that the states recognize and not to fear critical voices. And of course, last but not least, from our perspective, to continue support in terms of utilizing all tools at our disposal, such as legal reviews or the election observations, or continue engagement with the civil society, hand in hand, of course, with engaging into the dialogue and capacity building activities. So, thank you.
Thank you. Marta, your turn.
So at because you also said we have to summarize the entire conference, I would like to recall how at the very beginning of yesterday, in the first two panels, there was so much reinforcing or recalling how civil society is actually a core European value, and I think this is really true, and the discussions here have absolutely shown it. And in this respect, I would have a broader definition of civil society. Obviously, not only those that work on rule of law and human rights, or who consider themselves human rights or rule of law defenders, because even the judges probably don't think of themselves most of the time as rule of law defenders. But this public value that is created through civil society is something that we should be extremely proud of, particularly in these times. And for that to be created and to have it effective and to be valued by society, this public value that civil society creates needs to have basically two preconditions. One is the capacity, the capability, the resources, not only funding, but also expertise, the connection, the understanding, the transnational cross-border links that help us learn from each other and share experience. And on the other hand, we also need the public support, the legitimacy. So without this, we can't really argue that we're creating something of public value. And these are the exact two pillars that are coming under strain increasingly. In Hungary, they're extremely under pressure. In Poland, now they're not. In Slovakia, they're quite so. But as you read the rule of law reports in the civil society, civic space chapters, you'll see that in many European Union member states, we see the same kind of phenomena manifest. And in order for this not to go forward, but rather to diminish, so that we can be all celebrating the kind of achievement in a few years, we really need to invest. And this is a time when there is a lot of restructuring of investments. Let's make sure that the next European Union budget, the other amounts, the huge amounts of money that will be mobilized, because we have to rely perhaps on ourselves, but also to build this the European core value, pride, will also mean investment in this civil society space, in an enabling environment as well. And going forward, there's quite a lot of plans already on the table. A lot of good civil society ideas have already made it somehow into the Commission's plans, right? We're supposed to have a European civil society strategy. So that will focus, I think, quite a lot on how we can further an enabling environment so that we not only, to come back to your original question, survive, but thrive also. Thank you.
Pani Minister.
Madam Minister, I hope that you would now like to respond to those allegations against the government actors. And as you try to summarize the event and the panel, please try to say what can European and EU institutions do for the civic society. I don't want to say these are allegations. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. You reminded me twice. I'm a member of the cabinet. For 19 years, I was on the NGO side. So whenever I become emotional, I think I'm an NGO person. And I operate as an NGO person, but now you're perceived in different light. Absolutely, that's understood. Thank you, Madam Professor, for reminding me also of my accountability as a member of the cabinet. This is very serious accountability. I can pledge to you, and I believe the Minister will agree, that when we have cabinet meetings, everybody looks at me and the Prime Ministers and other members of the cabinet. Remember, I have this NGO legacy and NGO background. I'm always in front of the cameras. I always stand my ground firmly. But if I may share this with you, I agree with all the previous speakers, but I also have my narrative I'd like to voice now. We've been talking about NGOs, the rule of law, but civic society goes beyond that. I've been trying to tell you that as you fight for the rights of people who are homeless, I had to educate homeless people. I had to take them by the hand because they were genuine, authentic, honest. And they knew I wouldn't stay with them forever. They had to look for strength within. They had to understand what's going on around them. And this is true about civic society as well. That's why I believe that you should keep supporting small NGOs, smaller cities, townships, countryside, so that you can get the message across to those who distrust everyone.
Today in the morning, I went to a conference where someone had this hypothesis. Is it true? Is it an illusion? But I think truth and illusion, they always go hand in hand. I always strive towards the truth, right? But whatever I'm saying as a politician will always be challenged as an illusion. So there's truth. Also, sometimes I can't say certain things as a politician. Very much so, I have to learn as a politician, educate myself. Also, right now in Poland, we have a coalition government. So there is a lot of self-monitoring within the government. It is a challenge, but at the same time, everyone is looking behind everyone's shoulder, right? Or over everyone's shoulder, controlling and monitoring one another. And I would say that's thanks to the civil society. Also, politicians working hand in hand with NGOs. I mean, every politician is trying to sort of take advantage of NGOs, right? Sometimes NGOs are government-organized NGOs, right? So how should it work? We should have transparency, right? We have experts, we have people who are well-educated, who are certified. In a lot of government bodies, there are advisory boards from NGOs, right? But there's always an NGO who says, we haven't been getting money for 8 years. Why aren't you supporting us? And you're supporting someone else. But how can I do this? How to do this to really make sure that we support everyone? And you know which NGOs are the right ones, the ones we should listen to, and which ones are the ones that we shouldn't be listening to, right? That's difficult and also beautiful. If there is a strong civil society, we have 100,000 NGOs, right? Hopefully they can defend themselves and police themselves, right? Among themselves. So my office is to support, institutionally support NGOs, building their capacity, raising their awareness, because NGOs, they are service providers, but not only. They're also helping us building this community. They should help us combat disinformation. They should help us build and foster security. There is no ministry, no office, no authority that would not be linked to NGOs. NGOs are always there. And actually, mostly, they start action, and what government does is only a follow-up. Just like with the pandemic, with the war against Ukraine, who was first on site? NGOs. They're always working faster and better. So Europe should be more flexible, because if a civil society or if NGOs do some work, then the government shouldn't be working 2 years on legislation. NGOs need swift action. They need resources whenever something is happening. Just like in this country, we should have a pool of resources to support NGOs. I mean, if they want to do the work, let them do the work. We just need to help them, and they will do the work. Just like Europe. I mean, Europe is very sort of bureaucratic, and but it has to earmark or designate money for these things. Also, independence of NGOs. I mean, it's important. Sometimes you feel that a certain NGO is fishy, but how to check it, how to really check it, how to verify it, right? So, again, thank you, Madam Professor, for reminding me the role I play and the office I hold. I'm proud of it. And the Minister for Civil Society, I mean, that's really an important function. I'm not a politician in the sense that that's my role, but that's not my life's work.
We are out of time, so we need to close our panel. I want to thank very much to all of the panelists. I want to thank Minister Bodnar and the whole crew of the ministry for organizing this important conference. And I also would like to thank you, Adam, for your role during this dark chapter of Polish history. As an ombudsman, your institutional role was very important when it comes to the protection of the civil society, protection of legal community, and cooperation in between us. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've finished the last panel of today's conference. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. And before we finish the conference, I would like to invite on the stage Minister of Justice of Poland, Adam Bodnar, to conclude today's and yesterday's conference.
Zamknie naszą konferencję.
Najpierw będzie po polsku, później po angielsku. Po angielsku postaram się dokonać podsumowania konferencji, ale najpierw chciałbym powiedzieć kilka słów po polsku i tu dziękuję panu profesorowi Wyżykowskiemu za inspirację, żeby to zrobić. Tylko Drodzy Państwo, jeżeli spojrzymy na dzisiejszy program telewizyjny, to, drodzy Państwo, możemy się dowiedzieć, że dzisiaj o godzinie 21 w telewizji polskiej, czyli w mediach publicznych, będzie film pod tytułem Sędziowie pod presją. Film, który opowiada o roli sędziów, którzy walczyli o niezależność sądownictwa, ale w tym filmie bierze udział dwójka, można powiedzieć, naturszczyków, nawet nie aktorów, bo jest to film dokumentalny, pani mecenas Sylwia Gregorczyk-Abram i pan mecenas Michał Wawrykiewicz, którzy tam uzgadniają strategię procesową przed Trybunałem Sprawiedliwości Unii Europejskiej i w ogóle angażują się w bieżącą pomoc na rzecz sędziów, takich jak sędzia Tuleja, sędzia Zabudowska, sędzia Żurek i Juszczyszyn i wielu, wielu innych. Także i pani minister Eichhardt również jest w tym filmie jako faktycznie Pauliny jedynie chyba nie było, prawda, w filmie. Racja. Drodzy Państwo, także, ale dlaczego o tym mówię? Ponieważ to jest na swój sposób symboliczne, tak, że w sumie dopiero teraz, tak minęło 1,5 roku, że w mediach publicznych możemy się zapoznać z dokumentem, który jest dokumentem tych właśnie czasów, które były czasami nietypowymi i że ten dokument jest w stanie trafić do szerokiej publiczności, bo wcześniej był pokazywany na różnych festiwalach, na różnych specjalnych pokazach. Pamiętam, wygrał festiwal Watch Dogs, a teraz jednak trafi do publicznego obiegu. Także, drodzy Państwo, jeżeli Państwo chcą kontynuować duch dzisiejszej konferencji, to godzina 21 TVP. Drodzy Państwo, chciałbym, to zazwyczaj jest tak, że się dziękuję organizatorom na samym końcu, kiedy wszyscy są już znudzeni, także ja zacznę od tego, co jest najważniejsze. Chciałbym bardzo serdecznie podziękować wszystkim osobom, które były zaangażowane w przygotowanie tej dużej konferencji. Chciałbym podziękować tłumaczom za bardzo intensywną pracę, niskie ukłony za to, co Państwo dla nas zrobili. Drodzy Państwo, chciałbym podziękować Kancelarii Prezesa Rady Ministrów, zwłaszcza pani minister Magdalenie Sapkowiak-Czarneckiej, która koordynuje całość działań w ramach prezydencji, a także która nadzoruje Departament Przygotowania i Sprawowania Przewodnictwa w Radzie Unii Europejskiej i w szczególności chciałbym podziękować pani Marcie Żurawek oraz pani Marzenie Krupińskiej, które są opiekunkami naszego spotkania. Dobrze. Chciałbym podziękować pani Dominice Ziętarze, mojej doradczyni, która moderowała i czuwała nad tym, żeby wszystko się odbyło zgodnie z kolejnością i tak jak trzeba. Bardzo dziękuję. Drodzy Państwo, było tak, że każdy z paneli miał swojego opiekuna, opiekunkę merytorycznego, którzy spędzili naprawdę mnóstwo czasu nad tym, żeby gości zebrać, przedyskutować, przygotować wszystko i byli to pani Aleksandra Chudaś, pan Jacek Michałowski, pan profesor Jakub Urbanik i pan mecenas Adam Rogala-Lewicki. Bardzo dziękuję. Drodzy Państwo, chciałbym podziękować również osobom odpowiedzialnym za kwestie organizacyjne z Departamentu Prawa Europejskiego w Ministerstwie Sprawiedliwości. I zanim wymienię komu, to jeszcze chciałbym powiedzieć, że, drodzy Państwo, to był niezwykły wysiłek, ponieważ pracownicy Departamentu Prawa Europejskiego na co dzień się zajmują całym mnóstwem rzeczy związanych z prezydencją, z negocjowaniem kolejnych dokumentów, które przygotowujemy, z opiniowaniem różnych spraw, w których rząd polski przedstawia bądź nie przedstawia stanowisko przed Trybunałem Sprawiedliwości Unii Europejskiej, a tu nagle się pojawił minister, który pomyślał, że trzeba zrobić konferencję, która trochę nie do końca pasuje do takiego codziennego rytmu pracy Departamentu Prawa Europejskiego. Tym bardziej te podziękowania są większe. Także podziękowania na ręce pani dyrektor Małgorzaty Pawelec, pani naczelnik Małgorzaty Piguły, pani Katarzyny Kostałkowskiej, pani Joanny Sucheckiej, pani Jadwigi Fogiel, pani Anety Tomczak, pan Jakub Malec, był także zaangażowany pan Tomasz Białas i pan Bartosz Modzelewski. Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję. I drodzy Państwo, chciałbym także podziękować pracownikom ministerstwa odpowiedzialnym za obsługę medialną, pani dyrektor Karolinie Wasilewskiej oraz jej całemu zespołowi, który tutaj obsługiwał całą konferencję, dzięki którym możemy się już później też dowiedzieć o tym wszystkim, co się stało. Dziękuję bardzo. I wreszcie, drodzy Państwo, dziękuję wszystkim osobom odpowiedzialnym za sprawy techniczne, za obsługę cateringową, kierowcom, oficerom łącznikowym. To jest zawsze wielki wysiłek, naprawdę moje wielkie podziękowania i ukłony. And now I will...
Huge effort. Thank you.
to English. I would like to thank also all the participants, all the speakers, all the moderators of today's and yesterday's conference. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge, for sharing your experience, your remarks, and now I will try to do my best to summarize one of the major points of our discussion. So I think that the important point is where are we now, kind of setting the stage. And I think that after this conference, we know that we are not just after this so-called illiberal time in Poland, but the situation in other countries is still difficult, is becoming more and more difficult. And moreover, there are some new trends that may bring some, and they are bringing some negative results. And I would say that almost every day we observe or we learn about some new practices or new ideas to restrict the freedom of operation of the civil society. Moreover, we are risking the polarization in the civil society, and I think it is important to underline, I think it was Professor Kisilowski tried to underline this, that when we are talking about civil society, it is not only the civil society which is, let's say, pro-democratic, pro-European Union or pro-liberal, but it has many different dimensions, and as in consequence, we have to take it into account in the context of contemporary discussions and in the context of the polarization. There are also a number of external threats to the current democracy regime and situation due to social media disinformation, or of course Russian influence, but also development of new technologies, and also this security aspect comes here into play. And we see also that there are different new legislation pieces or practices that are threatening civil society and the operation of independent actors. So this notion of shrinking space for civil society is very much visible in a number of EU countries. But of course, diagnosis is there, but we have to think how to do and what to do with it. And for sure, it is important to think about this in the context of Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. So to what extent the principle of supporting civil society is the part of European values. And here we may say that, and it was the paper by Professor von Bogdandy, that it is support or involvement of the Polish civil society under and the use of litigation under Article 2 and Article 19 of the treaty has contributed to shaping or strengthening the European civil society. I would like also to underline that we may see this emergence of transnational cooperation between civil society and judicial organizations as well as scholars. But I think that we should take a little bit more advantage of the concept of European citizenship and of all those different definitions of democracy that are contained in the Treaty on European Union, this value of deliberation and the value of participation in this European project. It is also important that we have different pieces of EU legislation that relates to the support of the civil society, or at least its individual members. European Union is right now working on the EU strategy for civil society. We have underlined a number of times the development of so-called European Democracy Shield. But the big question is how to strengthen the EU law as regards development of the civil society, how to promote it in a good way, but at the same time, how to get out of the conundrum that because quite often there is this vision that supporting means more money, but the question of having more money should not mean restricting the independence of the civil society. And I think example by or idea by Professor von Bogdandy was quite interesting, to what extent some good practices, like for example this 1% in Poland, Slovakia, could be promoted to other EU countries, and to what extent that kind of a mechanism could be elevated to the EU level. And I think it was quite visible yesterday that it should be the role of the state as well as the EU to secure vibrant civil society, and this securing should be not in a way of overtaking civil society, but rather taking care of it, not for the sake of supporting civil society as such, but because the civil society is needed to defend the democracy. I think that was the statement by Ewa Kulik-Bielińska. Of course, when we think about civil society, we should look at it in a broad way, not just typical traditional NGOs, but we should take into account the relationship with media, with individual journalists, with watchdog organizations, with academia, with professional associations, especially bar association or attorneys at law associations, as well with the role, we should take into account the role of the ombudsman organizations and equality bodies. And here, I think it is worth mentioning that we see quite interesting interplay between, on the one hand, EU law, and on the other hand, different soft law instruments that are developed by other international organizations, such as OSCE, Venice Commission, or the Council of Europe. And I think that is always needed, and that was quite often missing in the context of the development of the EU law, this kind of a searching for synergies, for exchange of good practices, or taking advantage of existing good instruments in other international organizations that could be taken to the benefit of the operation of the EU. Coming back to funding, it does not mean that the EU should just promote some, future instrument of supporting independent civil society, but surely we should think what is the role of SERV, how the multi-annual framework for next year will be framed in the context of the supporting of civil society, especially when we are treating civil society as a core European value. And also, it seems that EU should appreciate more the role of the civil society in terms of impact on legislation, on the quality of governance, on checking the way how different institutions operate, but also such activities like role of NGOs in fact-checking or cooperation with government in different policies, including defense policies. And here, I think the example from Estonia was very much relevant. When it comes to protection from undue pressure of civil society, I think that on the one hand, we have some new legislative acts that are adopted, that are in the process of implementation, with the most notable example of the anti-SLAPP directive. And for sure, we should take care that it is not implemented in a purely formal way, but like using the very substance and idea of why we should protect people from this undue SLAPP legislation. SLAPP litigation, that also we should take more care about access to public media and think about the role which public media play in the context of contemporary democracy. But I really like those comments concerning the support to individual defenders, activists, in terms of psychological, legal support to them, including protection against cyber violence. And here, I think we have some special groups of defenders, of activists that are especially or additionally vulnerable, and that's why they should be protected from that kind of threats. We had a very interesting panel on civic education, and I think to be honest, I think it was one of the very, very first panels in Poland in which this idea of the civic education as the new program in schools has been presented. And I think what we can read from this panel is this understanding that civic education should not be just a subject that is taught by teachers in schools, but we should create forms of cooperation between just civil society, professional associations, and teachers, also using our good Polish examples, but also promoting this example to other countries and taking advantage of some interesting experiences from other countries. The debate on academic freedom was I really like this comment in the beginning that most probably if we would meet just in January debating academic freedom, this debate would be completely different than it is now, when almost every day we may read that so-called Big Brother or Big Uncle is creating some kind of daily threats to the academic freedom. And it is important to underline that you cannot practice academic freedom without institutional security and autonomy of institutions. And that's why those institutions should be protected on the one hand, but also they have an important role to play in terms of promoting values of democracy and the rule of law. And I remember one of the comments is that if we think about so-called commercialization of research and innovation, that universities should be divided into those departments that are, let's say, earning money and those that are dealing with humanities, which means they are not earning enough money. That is one of the major threats for the existence and for the future of universities. So we should never allow for that kind of a thinking, because it would mean sooner or later destruction of the role that is played by those humanities departments of the universities in the context of some populistic movements. And here, once again, soft law instruments play an important role, and also we should not forget about it, the conditionality policy by the European Union, that could be an important instrument of protecting university independence. When it comes to the role of lawyers, I think all the panelists underlined that lawyers, judges, barristers, legal advisors, prosecutors have much more important role to play than just like daily exercise of their profession. Then their involvement in supporting values of democracy and the rule of law is more than important. I think we are all happy that the Convention on Protection of Lawyers would be signed within 3 weeks in Luxembourg, and it seems Poland will be one of those countries that is signing as one of the first countries this international convention. I'm happy to announce that Ministry of Justice will be represented by Maria Eichhardt, Deputy Minister of Justice. So 13th of May, Luxembourg. And let's try to promote this convention to that extent that it will be ratified soon by a sufficient number of states, because it really creates a lot of interesting instruments supporting bar independence and individual lawyers. And in this context, we should not forget different examples of threats, pressure relating to lawyers, and some of those cases are still subject of investigation, such as the use of the Pegasus spyware against judges, prosecutors, and attorneys, but also activists in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to ombudsman and equality bodies, I think it's quite interesting that we meet at a time that when we are facing the new reform in Poland, but not only in Poland, but also in other member states, because more or less by the mid of 2026, we have to implement the directive on equality bodies. And this directive requires establishment or existence of independent equality bodies. And it is quite interesting to look into this directive, because it provides directly the need to cooperate with civil society. I would like to quote you Article 14 of the directive. Member states shall ensure that equality bodies have appropriate mechanisms in place to cooperate within their respective fields of competence with other equality bodies within the same member state, and with relevant public and private entities, including labor inspectorates, social partners, and civil society organizations. And I've checked that civil society appears 7 times in this directive, which means that it is the way how to, let's say, incorporate the proper role of the civil society in this institutional cooperation. And I do believe that it is one of the important aspects of strengthening not only equality bodies, but also civil society organizations. But surely, what is important in the context of any ombudsman, national human rights institutions or equality bodies is independence. And second, independence means also proper, but sometimes quite creative, and I look at Professor Łętowska, very creative use of existing instruments in order to really contribute to the public debate. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, I think that in Poland, we were fortunate enough that after '89, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of actors spent a lot of time on developing civil society. It was not only part of Poland, it was also part of other Central European countries. When I've listened to Marta Pardavi, I remember how Hungarian Helsinki Committee was developing, how people from the Helsinki Committee in Hungary, in Bulgaria, in Romania, later on moved to different organizations. Some of them became judges of the European Court of Human Rights or the Court of Justice of the EU. Some of them became scholars. They established their own NGOs. So I think that I wouldn't say, and I would not agree, if I may, with Łukasz Bojarski that it is a Polish model. I would even say that we have more or less like the Central European model of the development of the civil society. We are, I would say, fortunate enough that we could use this experience in order to create this connection with judges here. But let's look at Slovakia. Slovakia is also having quite interesting examples of fighting against corruption or fighting for the against environmental change. Or let's look right now into Serbia, Montenegro. We have a lot of, I think, interesting examples from Central and Eastern Europe. But my question is whether the same examples are coming from Western, so-called Western Europe. That is, I think, interesting question, because we see that the tradition is a little bit different. But the question is that in case of trouble, whether their NGOs are ready enough to fight for the same for the same values. So surely our discussion is about this very interesting cooperation between member states and civil society, and also, once again, to what extent EU might be this kind of independent agent supporting civil society, but also supporting the value of democracy in itself. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I would like to underline that usually that kind of conferences end up with a statement that, okay, it was interesting conference and inspired the debate, and we'll prepare some kind of a publication, and it's the effort of that kind of event. But here, I'm in an institutional governmental position, and basically we are still having presidency, okay? We are still having 10 weeks in order to use this time of presidency in order to shape the debate along the lines that have been proposed during the conference. So we hope that conclusions from this conference would have strong impact on the European democracy shield, and that number of points will be taken by the Polish government, not only in the context of the presidency, but beyond the presidency, in the context of the future cooperation at the EU level, but also with accession countries. So for me, so maybe for many of you, this conference, I hope so, was inspiration. For us, it is simply a further duty to act and to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our conference. I would like to thank all of the participants of our conference. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you every success into your continued work to strengthen civil society, rule of law, and other EU values that we commonly share. Once again, I wish you all the best, and I invite you to follow the other activities of the Polish presidency. Thank you very much.